Good afternoon. Opening today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board, Wednesday, May 24th, 2023. At this time, I will take public comment on closed session agenda items. Speakers will have 2 minutes each. I will call up the first 3 speakers and continue to call speakers so that you can be ready to give your public comment. The first 3 speakers are Janice Rodek and Kirsten Bethay and Cara Myers.
President Manieri, what is the time limit?
2 minutes.
Okay, be just a quick moment. Looks like our moderator is pulling up the timer right now.
Thank you. Hey, thank you, Janice. You may start. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon. I'm a teacher at Rankin Valley Middle School, and I've been teaching English at RVMS for 35 years. When I started, the school was like a beautiful rural island on the border of the city. Maria Carrillo was yet to be built, and I taught 9th grade English. One of the books we read in class was Lord of the Flies. I always viewed the story as fiction until last year. Since returning from school from the COVID isolation, students' behavior are radically different from the prior years. Many students have made defiance, vandalism, and violence part of the RVMS culture. Rankin Valley Middle School and Santa Rosa City Schools can no longer be considered an island oasis in California. Students and staff do not feel safe at our schools. The horrific tragedy that occurred at our Monte sister school cannot happen again on the district's watch. Schools require a meaningful adult presence. The students cannot continue to run wild. School staff needs to have the tools to show students that their behaviors have consequences. People must be responsible for their actions. This is a basic premise of our society. I am here to ask the board to retain administrative staff who make a stand against student defiance, vandalism, and violence. Assistant Principal Coyle is effective in helping students improve their behavior. He is a positive presence on campus. Please consider asking Mr. Coyle to rescind his resignation. Thank you for listening.
Next is Kirsten Bethay, followed by Cara Myers, followed by Kelly Whittel.
Hello, my name is Kirsten Bethay, and I'm standing here today to speak about item number 2, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. The last time I stood and spoke to the board, I was 14 years old and an 8th grader at Rankin Valley Middle School. Today, I stand here as a teacher of Rankin Valley Middle School about an incredibly important topic, school safety and accountability. I've sent you all an email, like many of my other colleagues. I'm sure you read them all, and we are standing here today to emphasize the importance of this issue. I am sickened and saddened by the fact that you are removing the best thing that has happened to our campus in the past few years. Assistant Principal Steve Coyle came to our school only 4 short months ago. He has made a huge impact on our campus. Steve asked teachers and students what the campus needed. We needed organization, communication, discipline, and follow through so that every student and staff member could feel safe on our campus. Mr. Coyle got to work so that he worked side by side a few teachers to revamp our discipline policies and practices and created consequences for actions. In his short time at RVMS, Mr. Coyle handled discipline so well that students don't want to get in trouble. Their behavior has improved. He works with consequences and restorative actions to make sure that the students understand what is happening and why they cannot act a certain way. Our campus feels safer. Safety is what every single student, parent, and teacher have been asking all of you for. Please listen to us teachers Every school in Santa Rosa City Schools deserve to have a knowledgeable, hardworking administrator that puts the students' needs first. Students deserve to feel safe on campus. They need administrators who focus on safety and discipline as they go hand in hand in and out of the classroom. Mr. Coyle has done that. Please let him continue his efforts on making RVMS the fabulous place that it once was. Thank you.
Next is Cara Myers, followed by Kelly Whittle, followed by Christine Knight.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Board members and Superintendent Tranel and cabinet members. My name's Cara Myers. I'm a physical education teacher at Rincon Valley Middle School. I'm reaching out to you today regarding closed session item 2, and I strongly urge you to reconsider the forced resignation of Assistant Principal Stephen Coyle. Our school, as many others are experiencing right now, was heading in a bad direction. Students were beginning to display very dangerous and aggressive behavior. I was beginning to worry on a daily basis about my safety and the safety of my students. I used to brag about my school, tell other parents that Rincon is the place you want your students to be. But the last few years have started to change all that. How are we going to take care of the well-being of 800 students when we have just a few students doing whatever they want, whenever they want to? Mr. Stephen Coyle has been an answer to that. Students who were afraid to use the bathroom can now freely go when needed. Students who used to be harassed and scared to come to school have become more comfortable and acting like their old selves. The students who've been habitual behavior issues are finally being guided to learn and demonstrate appropriate classroom behavior. More students have the opportunity to learn because more students are in class behaving as an active learner should. The staff, students, and parents have worked really hard to start moving in a positive direction. The teachers finally feel supported. We need a strong leader on campus, someone who is willing to stand up for student and staff safety. If you force Mr. Coyle to resign, who will step into this position? Our district has promised to work together to find solutions to this growing problem, but it seems we are now creating more problems instead of solving them. Please reconsider the forced resignation of Vice Principal Stephen Coyle. He is an asset to our school, our students, and our staff. Thank you for your consideration.
Next is Kelly Whittle, followed by Christine Knight, followed by Jen Toby.
Superintendent Tranel, President Manieri, and members of the board. My name is Kelly Wattell, and I'm the math department chair at Rincon Valley Middle School. This is my 5th year teaching at Rincon Valley Middle School, and I attended the school in the 90s. I am writing this letter today regarding closed session item number 2, which pertains to public employee dismissal. Last week, we were taken aback by the news of Stephen Coyle's forced resignation. Stephen joined our school midway through the year, and in the few short months he's been there, we have witnessed a positive change. As we are all aware, student behavior this year has been unlike anything we have ever seen in education. We began the school year with well-intended but ineffective administrators, inconsistent rules and processes. Local events in our community and beyond have heightened levels of anxiety in our students. Dangerous student behavior has become a major issue at our school, and frequent fights, as well as an atmosphere of fear among students on our campus, is present. It is essential that our school is a safe environment for all to learn. With the arrival of Steve, however, we started to witness the potential for change. For instance, within the last 2 weeks, the number of students with unserved detentions has been reduced by half. Student morale has improved as we finally hold students accountable for their actions. Several students have expressed to me that they feel safer with Mr. Coyle at our school. They've noticed a tangible difference. A student told me today that they feel like there are 4 Mr. Coyles because he is everywhere, watching and protecting our students. I never had to worry about safety at school when I was a student, but now as a teacher, I do worry. No student should have to worry about their safety at school, but they do. The teachers at Rincon Valley Middle School have reached a tipping point. We recognize that improving our school environment and enforcing accountability amongst our students is something we must actively pursue. Unfortunately, the current and previous school administrators, as well as the district as a whole, has not done enough to hold students accountable until Mr. Coyle arrived. If you decide to accept Mr. Stephen Coyle's resignation, I implore the
Thank you.
SRCS school district to
Thank
consider
you.
what
That was 2
actions will be
minutes.
taken while the school board
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Christine Knight, followed by Jen Toby, followed by Jennifer Brown.
I'm Christine Knight, French teacher at RVMS and mother of 3 graduates of RVMS. Dear members of the board, I'm speaking for an anonymous teacher at Rincon Valley Middle School who's concerned about speaking out because she is not yet tenured, but wants her words to be heard. I'm speaking to you today with concern, disappointment, and anger regarding the recent forced resignation of Stephen Coyle. I firmly believe that this decision should be reconsidered, and I urge the board to rescind the decision of district HR. Steve's forced resignation is a symbol of a larger problem that we are facing at RVMS and in our district. As far as I am aware, this board, as well as the district office, was created in order to support the schools it runs. Well, here are the people you are supporting. We are telling you there is violence, fear, extreme bad behavior, destruction of property, vandalism, and drugs currently plaguing our school. Steve stepped up to the challenge and created noticeable change on these fronts. In short, boundaries were set and held by an administrator at our school for the first time in a long time. Without this type of strong admin support, our school is in jeopardy of slipping back into violence and fear. We are all here to advocate for our students and their well-being. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing, a functioning school where children are safe. No one wants more drugs or fights or deaths. By forcing Steve's resignation, your actions have shown us that your goal is quite the opposite. If he is forced to resign, the district and board will be showing the staff of RVMS, as well as the wider community, that they do not value the well-being of students or teachers in their schools. That will be a mistake. Thank you for considering this important request.
Next is Jen Toby, followed by Jennifer Brown, followed by Ian Myers.
I'm Jen Toby, an educator at RVMS. The Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education strategic plan states, we will provide safe and clean schools. We will provide flexible learning environments that are conducive to teaching and learning. The superintendent and the board's complacency with ongoing violent campus incidents appear to turn those words into mere platitudes. The evidence to back up this claim does not need to be restated. The public can see for themselves on YouTube, read an article, or investigate personal injury lawsuits. Our school year began with kind-hearted but dysfunctional administrative pair that lacked cohesiveness, consistency, and follow-through. The fall was filled with increased amounts of unsupervised students, truancy, vandalism, class disruption, and violence. The months where our site lacked appropriate supervision for the large number of students we have was appalling. This led to a campus culture that did not qualify as clean nor safe. No flexible learning environments were available for students clearly in need. A change began with the appointment of our new VP. Mr. Coyle listened to the staff, students, and parents and began to take action. There was a noticeable reduction in vandalism, students out of class, tardies, and violence. His actions have proven to be effective. Mr. Coyle transformed the hollow words from the strategic plan, safe and clean and conducive to teaching and learning, into reality. Terminating our VP sends the message that you're accepting of student mob violence, truancy, vandalism, and disruption of the learning environment. No more empty words. Our community demands an administrator
Thank you.
like Mr.
That was
Coyle.
2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jennifer Brown, followed by Ian Myers, followed by Lindsay Qualls.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Brown, and I'm an RVMS teacher as well as an RVMS student from 1986. And I just wanted to talk about Mr. Coyle and what he's done for our learning community, but I'd like to do it by giving evidence from the student's perspective. And let's just start with the bathrooms. So I'm in a unique position that I have a classroom that is a theater, and there's a little bathroom in a hallway right next to it. And since October, kids have figured out that I open my room at lunch. Keep in mind, I'm also doing rehearsal in there. So when kids come into my room at lunch, they have to sit down and they have to be quiet. That's not a way people want to spend their lunch. But I was getting 30 kids a lunch in there, and many of them, I didn't even know who they were. They were bringing their friends. It was a safe place to be, and it was a safe, clean bathroom because they had to ask permission to use it. But guess what? About 2 weeks ago, they don't come in anymore. And you could attribute some of it to the weather, let's be honest. So I was joking with my students and I said, oh, you guys are done using me for my heater? And they said, no, we don't need to come in here anymore. Not want, we don't need to come in here anymore. We can use the bathrooms now. And I could give you that kind of evidence over and over and over again about very specific actions that Mr. Coyle has taken that is making it safe for students. I can also tell you about tardies, but the one thing I want to tell you about that, he actually made tardies more effective by lessening the consequences. He didn't get tougher. He made it a more appropriate consequence, and our tardies have pretty much disappeared in my room. That's what kids need to feel safe. They need teachers to be able to enforce rules fairly. They need to know that when teachers can do that, that they can stand up for the kids and the kids aren't solving their problems themselves. I will take actions over promises. Promises like my Columbine lock, which is still not installed. I want
Thank
Stephen
you.
Coyle because he does action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ian Myers, followed by Lindsay Qualls, followed by Anne Mary Ferguson.
Good afternoon, board and district leadership. I've worn many hats for this district in the 24 years that I've worked here, but tonight I come to speak to you as a parent about agenda item number 2. I have 2 children in the district, and my oldest is at Rankin Valley Middle School. My son came to me in February of this year and described the violent fight that happened right next to him near his locker, where a student was badly beaten in the head. The beaten student left our district permanently, and the event left my son feeling unsafe on our campus. These countless acts of violence, bullying, and mob mentality that take place on our campus daily have brought cries for help from parents and teachers alike. But these worries have fallen on seemingly deaf ears for years now. As we know, a student died earlier this year on an SRCS campus, in part because of this lack of action. At RVMS, for the first time in years, and multiple administrators, our teachers and parents felt hope for change these last 4 months. Stephen Coyle came onto campus and immediately identified areas of concern and began holding students accountable. He began putting processes and structures in place so that we can provide a safe learning environment for all of our students. With his forced resignation, that hope has been lost. Teachers are giving up. It's easier for them to hide in their classroom than fight the good fight. Parents do not see that help is on the way. Please reconsider the resignation of Mr. Coyle. This is the best way to ensure safety on our campus. But if instead the decision is to allow a strong administrator to leave, adding to the double-digit administration vacancies in our district, my question becomes, now what? Who will ensure the safety of our kids next year? The constant turnover and hiring of weak administrators make real change nearly impossible. What is your plan to make our campuses safe for all of our kids without this strong leadership? Thank you.
Next is Lindsay Qualls, followed by Anne Mary Ferguson, followed by Vanessa Ruiz.
Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent Trinnell. My name is Lindsay Qualls. I'm a teacher at Rankin Valley Middle School, and I'm asking that you reconsider the forced resignation of Stephen Coyle. I am frustrated and angry with those who made this decision and those who choose to support it. I'm sure that you've noticed the immense support our site is showing for a person who has only been a part of our team for 4 months. How can someone who apparently doesn't fit the standards of our district have so many people fighting for him? This is because the district doesn't truly have the interest of our students at heart. and your standards have little to do with your students. If you did, you would not make this choice. The district is hemorrhaging administrators, and you choose to eliminate one of the effective ones. This shows that you care more about some sort of agenda than you care about truly keeping your students safe, because that's what Steve Coyle was accomplishing. What message is this sending? It feels like you don't want effective administrators. You just want to keep the mediocre status quo. It feels like you don't care about holding students accountable. You just care about numbers. It feels like you don't want safe schools where students can learn and teachers can teach. You just want to be able to check some box. Show that you're listening, show that you care. Please do not accept Steve's resignation. Thank you.
Next is Anne Mary Ferguson, followed by Vanessa Ruiz, followed by Cassie Kubiak.
Hello, my name is Anne Mary Ferguson. I'm in my 8th year as an English and now ALD teacher at Rincon Valley Middle. I emailed you all earlier this week, but today I humbly request that you reject the forced resignation of Steve Coyle as assistant principal at Rincon Valley Middle. I have worked closely with Steve on our site LARC and ELAC committees. Steve's plans for increasing the engagement and visibility of EL students, for improving protocols for communicating with, assimilating, and supporting EL families, and for finding ways to encourage and support EL students are exciting. Mr. Coyle listens to students and makes them feel seen and heard. Students who meet with him often come back to class with a different attitude and want to make better choices. There are those who still disrespect, but that number has gone way down since his arrival. I know of multiple situations that stand out for moments where Steve has met with students and found creative ways to help students serve consequences, acknowledge bad choices, and come away with a new, more positive perspective on their role in our learning community. During his first week here, he helped an EL student avoid suspension by working with me to prepare for an EL celebration honoring those who passed the LPAC or moved up levels. This student ended up writing me a sincere apology and talking to me about the roots of his frustrations. I went into greater detail in my letter, but these students have been through so much trauma in the last 5 years. It has affected behavior and literacy. Before Mr. Coyle came, many students on our campus felt like they were spinning out of control, and it was affecting their education and that of everyone around them. Mr. Coyle's work to listen to students and teachers and make positive changes while coaching both students and teachers on better ways to be heard has been transformative. This is what we want and desperately need on our campus. Mr. Coyle has been crucial for our forward focus at a time when schools across our district are feeling helpless and lost. Please don't take this away.
Next is Vanessa Ruiz, followed by Cassie Kubiak, followed by Ola King-Clay.
Hello, I'm also speaking to respond to item number 2. Please rescind Stephen Coyle's forced resignation from RVMS. While we understand that policies that he is helping us enforce may not be in the direction that some members agree with, it has become painfully clear that our district is not prepared, trained, funded to restorative our way out of student misbehaviors and dysregulation that has created a toxic school environment that frightens students, staff, and parents. It is our job as teachers to help students grow into self-sufficient and effective members of society, and it starts in our school community with clear boundaries. Of course, detentions, in-class suspensions, and removal from class are not what anyone wants to enforce, but we regulate these boundaries out of restorative hope for our students. Coupled with student counseling, the idea is to help them see that social rules apply to them too, and that they can be better. One of the core tenets of educator teaching standards in our state is the ability to maintain safe and effective learning environments. We find it increasingly difficult to make this happen when up against board and leadership ideology that seems woefully misaligned with adolescent psychology. Schools are a reflecting pool of their larger society, and a lot of people need a lot of help these days. It is critical to get our most vulnerable populations the help they need. But age-appropriate consequences don't mean we don't care. It means we do care. We care about their abilities to self-regulate, to be a decent and respectful part and a successful member of our society. So funding restorative specialists and funding campus supervisors and bringing community members for after-school mentors and programming and collaborating together on a fair, clear, consistent, rigorous district-wide discipline policy and training teachers and de-escalation strategies are all actions that should be taken by making really difficult budgeting decisions. But keeping Mr. Coyle at RVMS in a district with understaffed school administrators is not a difficult decision. Please hear our voices too. Thank you.
Next is Cassie Kubiak, followed by Ola King-Clay, followed by Nathan Willis.
This is in regard to agenda item 2, Superintendent Trinnell and Santa Rosa City School Board. My name is Cassie Kubiak, a 27-year veteran teacher at RVMS. You have no idea who I am because first time I'm compelled to speak at a board meeting. I supervised during our morning break on a daily basis until May 18th, no more. I supervised lunch detentions for both 7th and 8th grade. Keep in mind, these are our most vulnerable students, the ones needing the most interventions, relationships, and conversation. Next year, no more. I participated in a discipline committee organized by Steve Coyle. Much needed changes were initiated. Staff and students had buy-in. Consistency and marked improvement is evident. I have anecdotal and hard data to prove the positive. Next year, I simply don't feel there is the trust to have supportive administration for these items that I'm personally involved in. I've not seen the visible presence of district personnel on the RVMS campus during break and lunch, the visible presence assured to the public. Here and there, a kind retired principal spends a day or partial day at my site. 3 to 5% of our student population is responsible for all of my classroom discipline. Students who roam, the habitually tardy, the aggressive, the violent. Students who, when held accountable, make better choices. For the first time ever, my fellow staff members with their own children on campus are considering a different placement. They do not feel the campus they work at is a safe environment for their own children. As of Monday on EdJoin, I counted 10 administrator vacancies. That is concerning. I think we have a quality administrator in Stephen Coyle. Thank you.
Next is Ola King-Clay, followed by Nathan Willis.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. As stated, my name is Ola King-Clay, and as they tell me, I am the senior teacher in the district. So I've been here a long time. I've seen a lot. So I'm here to share with you, give you something to think about. I've been a proud educator in the Santa Rosa City District for almost 40 years. I've had the opportunity to work with several renowned administrators during that time period, such as Jeanette England, Bill Sternis, Steve Nilsson, Eileen Resnikoff, and Arlen Agapina, and a host of others who made a positive impact on me, as well as our students and our community. They all had 3 renowned qualities in common: commitment, understanding, and integrity. As I reminisce about the good old days, from time to time, and the great leaders of our VMS, it gives me a strong desire to keep that legacy going. At this point in time, we have an administrator who is working over and beyond the call of duty to bring order and unity back to our VMS. He started in February with a warm and open mind to add some stability back to our everyday life on campus. In order to appreciate the ins and outs of life on a school campus, you must be there to see it. It's not once every 2 or 3 years. You don't get the full flavor, but every day. I don't know how many days I've been there, but a lot. Mr. Coyle has given us a breath of fresh air. Since his arrival, he has developed a positive
you.
relationship.
Ms. Clay, that was 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other thing, I have a letter written on behalf of all the staff members, and I must be pleased to say we had 2 staff members who did not sign. They're on maternity leave. So the rest of us say yes, keep him.
Next is Nathan Willis.
Sorry. Usually that's as high as it goes. All right, cool. Greetings. My name is Nathan Willis. I'm an active SRTA and CTA member, basketball coach, and math teacher at Rincon Valley Middle School. I've previously worked for the YMCA of San Francisco and as restorative justice coordinator for the Nevada Unified School District. Speaking from personal experience, Stephen Coyle has been an honest, open, supportive member of our school community. Before we even discussed this matter, I knew that Steve was an administrator that I could trust. I can trust him to not only fulfill his duties as an administrator, but to also have my back when the grass isn't always so green. It is very telling to me that in the first few months of Steve's position here at RVMS, that there has been marked improvement in school morale, student behavior, campus cleanliness, and follow through from admin. Whereas I once felt I had little to no recourse when met with discriminatory, rude, or unsafe behaviors by students or their parents, I knew that Steve would follow ed code and handle consequences in a fair, efficient, and professional manner. It is even more telling that when we as teachers have finally found an administrator that works with us, values our input, and has helped make such positive change on our campus, that he's been asked to resign within a few months after Monty, a few months after Steve began, a few months since the district promised meaningful change we have yet to see. At the YMCA, we had 4 core values: honesty, caring, respect, and responsibility. Stephen has helped bring these values back to our school community. Thank you.
At this time, we'll take public comment from any remote attendees.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on our closed session agenda. Please raise your hand. Our first speaker is Blythe Carrillo. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Blythe Carrillo. I'm a parent of a 7th grader at Rincon Valley Middle School. This is all getting me emotional seeing all these teachers stand up for my kid who finally feels safe on campus. We recently received the disheartening news that the district has asked for Mr. Coyle, the vice principal at RVMS's resignation. Teachers and parents at RVMS deserve transparency into why Mr. Coyle has been asked to resign. RVMS teachers overwhelmingly have communicated that they want Mr. Coyle to remain in his position. RVMS teachers feel that the processes and structures Mr. Coyle has put into place have made a big difference in school safety. RVMS was making strides in school safety. Teachers were feeling hopeful, and Mr. Coyle's requested resignation has dampened that. We need to support our teachers. We can see them there today. We need to support them to provide what they need to do their jobs effectively, and they have asked for our help in opposing this move. I hope you will jump in and help too. Work with Mr. Coyle to right-size any issues that have arisen and keep him in his position. This is what Rincon Valley teachers, students, and parents want. Help us keep the momentum Mr. Coyle has created in the past 4 months going. Help us keep making RVMS a safer campus. Thank you.
President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. Thank you all for your public comment. At this time, we will recess to closed session. Good evening. Thank you all for attending today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board. Opening this meeting Wednesday, May 24th, 2023. We will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and remain standing through our land acknowledgement. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And please stay standing. Leading us in our land acknowledgement today is Director Delatorre.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I acknowledge that the Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous people. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Delatorre. You may be seated. Item C3 this evening is a report of actions taken in closed session. We have nothing to report. Item C4, items considered in closed session for action in open session. We are seeking a motion on student expulsion case number 22-23-29.
I move to approve case number 22-23-29.
Second.
That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. Item C5, statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention tonight? Seeing none. Item C6, adjustments to the agenda. Board or Superintendent Tranel, do we have any adjustments to the agenda this evening? Seeing none. This brings us to item C7, public comment on non-agenda items. At this time, members of the public are invited to speak to the board on non-agenda items only. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. We will start with blue cards and move to those joining us online. During public comment, we kindly ask that you maintain a respectful and civil tone during your comments, keeping in mind that differing opinions are welcome. Personal attacks, offensive language, or disruptive behavior, however, will not be tolerated. Please be aware that persistent disruptions may result in a warning, and if necessary, further action may be taken as outlined in our policy guidelines. Thank you for your cooperation. And we will start with our blue cards. I will read the first 3 names so that these individuals can queue up. First, we have Jason Andrews, followed by Valerie. Thank you. And followed by Karen Wagner.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Jason Andrews. I'm with Chapter 75 CSEA, and I would like to share a message from one of our members who couldn't join us tonight. They write, while my fellow CSEA members and I appreciate the last increases in pay, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough because we had been so underpaid for so many years that it didn't bring us up to where we should be to help us out of poverty. Yet it seems as though new director positions are constantly being added at the district office. The truth is we're poor. You are poor if you can't feed your family properly. You are poor if you and your children go to bed hungry. You are poor if you don't have any resources in case of an emergency. You are poor if the soles of your shoes are wearing out and you can't buy new ones. You are poor if a family member has a birthday and you can't buy them a present. You are poor if you have to borrow money from your children. You are poor if you are worried that you may not be able to put gas in your car to go to work. You are poor if you can't add a dependent to your health insurance because it will cost over $600 a month and you don't have the money. Martin Luther King said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. We cannot remain silent when so many people are suffering. We have the moral, ethical obligation to help and protect us and one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Valerie followed by Karen Wagner.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Minjox, and I'm a CNS worker and an 18-year employee of the district. I am also a classified employee. I come to you tonight to ask that you will consider all classified during your negotiations. We are the heart of your district. We are your CNS workers. We are your librarians. We are your maintenance workers. You know, the person that puts the Band-Aid on the kids, the secretaries, et cetera. I know that it's a crazy time in this district, but I beg for you to consider us in negotiations. And I'm saddened by the fact that a lot of employees are leaving because they can't survive on the salaries being paid. I want you to know we are essential workers. And during the fires, through the pandemic, we fed the children. And many of us came in. I drove from Rohnert Park to be here during the fires. There were so many other people that came to work. You know, we had smoke in our kitchen, but we fed the kids. We did what we were supposed to do. And I just hope that all of you will consider all the classifieds because we are very important to all of you. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Karen Wagner, followed by Carrie Taylor.
I'm so short. Okay, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. First of all, I would like to address, the safety for our students and our staff. And then what I'm seeing and feeling is a lot of emotional mismanagement, and we need to get a grip on that. So, the best we can, the better, which also kind of leads into the classified workers. We need to have health and wellness of our own mind, okay? So as we negotiate, we deserve a livable wage ourselves. A lot of people talk about multiple streams of income, but what I'm talking about is not stocks, bonds, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about multiple jobs that they have to do and not be home with their family. So the other thing is that I've been blessed myself to be able to work for your district. I'm going on 20 years, and then I was with SCO prior to this. So if it wasn't for my husband's income, I would not be able to afford to work for you guys. And I love my job. I'm a special ed assistant. I work with regular ed classes. I work with special ed classes. I make friends with everybody on the campus. It was really interesting to find out that my husband, when we got our tax W-2, he paid more in taxes than I got in income. So please help the classified workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carrie Taylor.
Good evening. I'm reading this on behalf of an employee that couldn't be here. I'm a classified employee, but will not be able to attend this meeting due to the second job I have to be able to support my family. I am an aide in an SDC class where I truly enjoy working with the students and the teacher, but unfortunately, I have thought to leave the job to the amount of money I make. If it wasn't for my spouse's support, I would not even be able to pay rent with this salary. I have found myself finding a second job to be able to make it. It is outrageous that people at a fast food restaurant are earning way more than we are trying to educate students. Schools are so understaffed because of this reason. There's no possible way that employees can make it with these salaries in the state of California. I hope we can find a solution to this big issue. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will move on to our remote attendees.
If there are members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment, please raise your hand at this time. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes for the timer. This is non-agenda items. Our first speaker is Adina Flores.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I just want to make sure that Miss Bowie received her flowers. Nobody could even do me a courtesy to confirm that those were delivered. As you're aware, I recently sent you a notice of intent to sue for defamation of character, violation of Title 21, and sharing my personal medical info amongst staff. The parents of Bishop Unified just won a class action settlement against their district for $400,000. It was confirmed that under Title 21, it was illegal to mandate any EUA COVID-19 test, masks, or vaccines. You chose to violate the law and mandate this anyways. Mr. Sheffield and essentially every elected official within the county launched a smear campaign against my fiance and myself last week. Approximately a month ago, Mr. Sheffield posted a derogatory comment on his Twitter account. In reference to conservative Black men, he captioned "N-word, please." When I brought this to light, he deleted his whole handle. When I reposted this onto the thread initiated by Mayor Chris Rogers, he replied to me directly, "Misinformation. I deleted my Twitter handle last winter with a goodbye and good luck to Elon Musk." I informed Mr. Sheffield that I have screenshots with his face attached to the Twitter handle dated from 2023 as I posted on the thread. Mr. Sheffield's attempt to minimize my credibility is also known as defamation. He was awake until 3 a.m. in an effort to mitigate my responses. Mr. Sheffield has incited hate groups such as Indivisible Petaluma and the Wine Country Young Democrats to personally attack me due to his lies. Does the board support the attacks I have received on my race, faith, and gender? The board refused to appoint Ms. Oliveras as a trustee simply because she holds conservative views and is a Caucasian woman. Your own incredible student board member voted in opposition to the entire board. HR Director Shepard was involved with the 2019 lawsuit at Folsom Unified in which he allowed a Black teacher to receive racism for over 25 years. Miss Mary Hawkins, the treatment I received from Mr. Shepard was no different. He's now resigning today, as indicated within the personnel transactions. It'd be great if you could all be truthful as you continue to.
Thank you, Adina. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Good evening, board. I won't make the same mistake as to using terms that you may not understand. As you previously said, equity had different versions of definitions that literally came out of your mouth, Mr. Flores. So let's discuss this. As a Black member of my community, I am disgusted at the actions of my Black leadership. My Black leadership has then turned against me as a Black member of my community to go ahead and label me as someone who has conformed to white supremacy. You can call names to me as a Black man all you want, but check this out. I do not bow down to any one of you, ever. Malcolm X said, by any means necessary. That means if you're in my way, get out of it. I do not correspond or understand a previous comment by Ms. De La Cruz where she said she doesn't feel safe in white spaces. Her mother, like my mother, is Caucasian. I was literally attacked as a young man by my own family because I was born Black. My grandfather wanted me to die. I don't think you understand the passion that I have or the inability for me to understand your decision to pull SROs out while you have 2 children that we lost lives to because of your terrible, biased decisions. I was also a gang member as a young child, brought guns to school and never fired a gun at school because I knew police were there. It is crazy that you individuals keep talking about you're protecting us as brown people and you're falling short. Every single one of you. Stephanie's running around.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Margaret Boone.
Good evening. I just wanted to call in and say I was so happy to hear many of the classified staff that I've worked with calling in, talking about classified wages. It's something that I've talked about a lot before. My assistants continue to have to work 2 jobs. One of them does in-home care, and she worked 12 hours a night last week, most of the nights, and then still had to come to school and work all day. And so I do hope that we can continue to work on increasing wages for our classified staff. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Victor Magnus.
Hi, my name is Victor Magnus, and I mainly wanted to speak about. Well, I'm at Proctor Terrace with my son. He's going into fourth grade next year, and as far as I understand, those classes are going to be combined to a 32 student class. There's a couple of reasons why I'm a little bit concerned about this. In fact, I'm not the only one. There's multiple mothers and fathers that I've talked to just recently. My son's skills socially have increased this year, specifically because of the 17 child classroom. And I know that it's not the biggest problem that we have right now, but I really believe that if we throw these kids into a 32 child classroom, it's going to be very difficult. He has made huge strides specifically because of the small classroom and the attention that he got from the teachers that are amazing, by the way. Teacher has already talked about potentially having to cut lessons, and that could also, show up later in the grades, 5th, 6th, and on. So I'm asking you, please consider for Proctor Terrace a second teacher for 4th grade. I know that I'm not the only one, and I do believe that there are going to be more parents reaching out to you guys. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Victor. For our next speaker, would you please state your full name for the record? This is under Zoom user.
My name's Maria. I want to start with telling Julie it's been pretty amazing watching a student sit up on the board, and she was very quiet, and seeing her speak up for Deanna Alvarez and paying attention to the parents that have been listening. She seems to be the only person that has been sitting up there and hearing the people that have been speaking up. And I think she's pretty amazing, and she's going to do great things. So I wanted to tell you, Julie, you did an amazing thing, and I hope one day you come back to this area, and I hope you run for the school board. And I can guarantee there's many parents that will be outdoor knocking for you, because your voice at that last meeting was definitely something that needed to be heard. And the rest of the board should be absolutely ashamed of themselves for a student, an actual student, to be speaking up, and for all of you to completely ignore everything she had to say. It was pretty disgusting. And I mean, then again, we all know how you are. So on another note is, how many more things of violence do we need to have to deal with before you guys start considering the SROs? Do you just not even care? And I really hate to say it, but it's true. The only time any employees of the school come out and start speaking up is when it has to do with their money. And as far as I'm concerned, every district employee, if they're not speaking up about the safety of children, which is your job, is the children, if you can't speak up about their safety, you don't deserve the raise. You don't deserve any of the positions that you hold. And that's just what it is. And the cost of Sonoma County is that much. Start taking that up with the Board of Supervisors, because the money that you are putting into stuff isn't going back to the schools or anybody that actually lives here. It's going into the people that are non-productive. So take it up with the Board of Supervisors and take it up with the school board. But you guys are all pretty disgusting.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heidi Zaragoza.
Hi. Sorry, it's because I have a stuttering problem, so I get kind of nervous when I talk. But so it's because like if I am at the okay, it's because if I work with the what's it called? I work with the school district, and it's with the warehouse, like with the it's with the food. It's with I work with the it's because if I work with the food department, and I just wanted to let you guys know that I think it's I think that like maybe like I'm so sorry. I think that like we should get like a raise or more. Like it's because everything is expensive. Like everything costs like a lot of money, and like with 16 it's not really much that we could like have and stuff. And it's and like I think that like maybe like we get more money, like I think maybe I think it's like more helpful and stuff, because it's it costs a lot of money and stuff. So yeah, sorry about my stuttering, but that's all I wanted to say. Sorry, I'm so sorry about this. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Heidi. Our next speaker is Deanna Olivares.
Hi, Superintendent and Board. Heidi, I just want to commend you for being brave enough to come to the school board meeting and say what you need to say. I think you probably should have been allotted an extra minute or so, personally. And I hope that you never apologize again, because you belong here. And I'm grateful that you showed up to express to this board what's important to you. So that being said, I will probably be cut off, but I wanted to say that the Pupil Protection Rights Amendment is a federal law that provides students of certain rights, among student participation in surveys. And if a survey is administered by a local education agency and funded by the U.S. Department of Education, parents must provide written consent if the survey reveals any information like political beliefs, psychological problems of students or family, sex behavior or attitudes, or demeaning behavior of students or family, or religious practices or affiliations. And if a survey is administered by a public education agency, then students are required written consent by parents. But there's a loophole, and because the Panorama survey and the Youth Drew survey does not come from federal money, they come from block grants, that they're able to survey our children, and Panorama has a direct political affiliation with, and it's co-founded by the son of General Merrick Garland, who instructed the FBI to investigate.
Thank you, Deanna. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Lynette Casey.
Good evening, board. Hey, fellow CSE members. I heard you. Heidi and Karen might be short, but you're loud and powerful, and I appreciate it. And Jason and Carrie, thank you. Board, I know you're going to be, excuse me, I'm walking my dog and she's pulling me. Sorry, guys. I know we're in negotiations right now for CSEA, and I just want you to know that we're really quiet for the most part. We're tired, we're overworked. And again, many of us have second jobs. I don't. I have a husband who supports me. I'm lucky. That's why I can call you at night. I have time. But we need an increase in our salary. We need an increase in our support. We need an increase in the attention that's given to CSE members in our training and in our job classifications. We just need to be seen and heard. We are the backbone of our schools, and we need you to realize that. I know you talk about it from time to time, but not much attention is paid. So we're quiet for the most part until we need to speak up. There's those of us that have time and are able to do it, and I'm one of them, so I'm here. Hi, someone's walking by saying hi. Sorry, guys. And as far as Julie, you've done a fabulous job. I just started working at Pioneer this year and I was privileged to meet you and I'm so proud of you. It's been amazing to watch you on that board. And I'm proud of you for speaking up last week or last board meeting by yourself and not listened to by anyone on the board in a meaningful way, it seems. That was very disappointing. And yeah, we need our SROs back, guys. I know you don't think we have SROs, they're not called SROs anymore, but we need our cops on our campuses. It's been shown time and time again how much safety they bring to us. We were
Thank you, Lynette. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Gerald. Gerald, could you please state your full name for the record?
Gerald Stahl. You guys hear me?
Yes.
His comment is for the whole board except one lady, and I'm sure she knows who she is. I just want to remind the public how much of a piece of shit this board is. And
I'm going to interrupt. I'm sorry, but we don't allow profanity in our board meetings. If you'd like to continue, please continue, but do not use any profanity.
it's the truth. The people need to hear it. So do you people. You guys don't give a hell for anything.
I think that's the comment. Thank you. Our next speaker is Shamima Ashraf.
Sorry, I was muted. I don't know you guys can hear me or not. My name is Shamima Ashraf. I work at Proctor Terrace Elementary School as a classified. So we are here to, for one thing, to raise our salary for that. So first of all, I said to thank you all of you. We are like working for us or whatever it is. So we are working at Proctor Terrace. Our time is 9:30 to 1:30. So when the sun is pretty hot or when it is too cold, we are on the blacktop. We are taking care of the kids. And some kids sometimes come to us that, oh, I have an accident, so we have to take care of them. And sometimes they come and hug us, and sometimes they give us attitude and everything. So it's maybe just only 4-hour jobs, but it is really the big thing for all the classified who are doing this thing on the blacktop. So please, my request is you guys have to think of everyone that who are doing like those kind of job, because it's a really, it's nothing. If you see that the way you guys are paying us, it's nothing for us. It's so please consider it every like our classified person that we can we can like living a good life. And so the need or something, sometimes we sacrifice so many things for this little 4-hour jobs. So our even our vacation, even our PN is everything is like a pretty like a little. Sometimes we don't pay for our 4 hours because I don't have a vacation or PN. So just please think everything for us. Thank you.
Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who took the time to speak to us with your issues and concerns. At this time, we will move on to item C8, special presentation for outgoing student board member, Julie Bowie, and I will hand it over to Superintendent Turnell.
Gosh, I'm so honored to be able to provide just a little token of appreciation on behalf of the board and myself. Julie, you are an amazing person and we wish you well. Please accept this token just as a little gift to continue you on your journey. And I will also now pause to see any comments that the board has as I give you your gift.
I'm sure we all have some words for Julie, but I would love to start and just say that, Julie, it's been truly an honor and a privilege to be able to work with you. And I've appreciated your super thoughtful questions and the perspective that you bring. And we all know that you're going to do amazing things these next few years. And hopefully you choose to return to our community and continue to use your voice here. But whatever you decide to do, know that you've got a lot of people ready to jump in and support you for whatever you decide to do later in life. So thank you for your service and your dedication and your time. You stay really late for these meetings, and we know that it's not easy. So thank you.
We'll just go down the line. Julie, thank you so much for your service, your dedication. When you came onto the board, you hit the ground running. From meeting one, you just jumped right into the issues. And, I appreciate and admire that you came to our meetings prepared, knowing the issues. And then also the way that you came to us and when you came to us just at the right time when the district was facing the challenges that we faced this year. And arguably these are the most challenging times that the district has faced in a long, long time, definitely during my time on the board. But when you came on, you brought that perspective, that youth perspective, which really, has been the focus of ours, but even more so this year. And so I appreciate the insight that you brought to us as well. And I know you're going far. I want to congratulate you on next chapter, UCLA. You're showing your pride right now. And just again, thank you for everything that you've done.
I am so impressed with you, Julie. You've been on this board longer than I have. And from my first meeting, I've been amazed by how engaged you are with your community already at such a young age. And that you took on this responsibility. This has not been an easy year, and you've been here with us at this table with us. So I'm so impressed with you, and I know you will do amazing things in your future.
Julia, it's really been an honor to work with you. Your curiosity, your confidence, your critical perspective, you truly have represented student voice in such a powerful way this year. And your shoe game is off the hook. So you inspire in multiple ways. And I'm so excited to see what you're going to do in the next couple of years. And like Stephanie said, please know that you always have a really, loving bunch of folks who are always going to be here for you and make sure that we lift you up anytime you need it. Shout our praises to the into the wind so that they follow you and lift that, lift your wings as you continue to soar through this world. So thank you so, so much for everything you've done this year, and congratulations, felicidades, adelante.
Julie, again, thank you, as we all have. Definitely echoing everything everybody has said. I think in my few years here, I feel like you've done a really good job in relation to most of the board, student board members that I've seen. Definitely impressive. I know you're going to do amazing things, and I think I'd echo one of the things that was mentioned in public comments, that I'd hope if you come back, maybe run for the board and come back and serve, because I think you do an amazing job. Thank you.
Julie, second meeting, your last meeting, unfortunately. But there's nothing more powerful than the voice of a student and the voice of our youth. And I really appreciate the time and commitment you put into this position, this board, and all the other board members have expressed how trying of a year this has been. And it speaks to your resolve to put the hours in and put the time in and be a part of the process. And that speaks volumes to you and your character, and congratulations to you and your family on your future endeavors. And what little I do know about you, I'm impressed and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Julie, we're offline. Are we back? Are we back yet?
Let me try to log back in here.
Want to repeat what you said? You want to repeat what you said? You went offline.
Are you back on?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, we were offline. Very proud of you. Thank you for putting your time and commitment into such a position. If it was lost before, I'll say it again, that there's nothing more powerful than the voice of a student and the voice of our youth. And the time and commitment you've put into this position has gone above and beyond. It speaks to your character. It speaks to the values that you were raised to hold. And what little time I've known you, I appreciate your time and effort very much, and best of luck on your future endeavors.
Julie. I just want to say that, you know, knowing you and knowing how bright you are, that tells me a great deal about the future of this country. I just want to say that if we have more folks like you being engaged and you know, in civic duty, you know, I am so proud to see that, you know, the future is bright with people like you in the world. Thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing that young voice to this you know, board, and good luck, UCLA. Go Bruins.
Actually, before a picture, I actually had something for all of you guys.
It's always a bittersweet time when we say goodbye to a student board member, but you're off to greater things, Julie, and we thank you for everything you've done. All right, this brings us to our D items. And D1 is California School Employee Association Santa Rosa 75 report. And I will hand this over to CSCA President Mary Lehman.
Good evening. Can you hear me? The sweet peas are from the classified members. They're made by the 18 to 22-year-old special ed class. Good evening, President Manieri, Governing Board, Superintendent Tranel, Cabinet members, Student Board member, and the community. Welcome all classified employees that came tonight and those on Zoom. Thank you for sharing your stories, and thank you for the big turnout. First off, we want to thank Julie for being the student board member this year. Congratulations on your acceptance to UCLA. We know you have a bright future ahead. Please let us know if we can ever do anything to support you as you go through your college journey. The red sweet peas are for you. We would also like to welcome the new board member, Jeremy De La Torre, who has 3 children who attended our schools and who himself went to Piner and Santa Rosa High School and some other schools in our district. We're excited to work with you and the board next year. Congratulations on all of our graduating seniors and the retiring teachers and staff. We have 142 classified openings, 7 new hires, 8 resignations, and 2 retirements. We recommend the approval of action item E1, empowering student learning through technology. At our last meeting, I challenged the board to help classified employees' motto be, "I love my job." Our members believe we can do this together in 3 ways: listening, more recognition, and a living wage. First, Listening is a key ingredient to being valued and feeling trust. Let's take time to see what is working and not working for classified employees and empower us to be able to make improvements to our jobs. Recognition. We are the parents and families of the students and community you serve. And we too are passionate about our work here. We are used to working behind the scenes and appreciate that you have recognized us as the essential frontline workers who keep our schools up and running. Yes, we make a difference in the lives of the students we serve. But we need to come up with new ways of recognition and find more ways to encourage positive motivation for our classified employees. 3, a living wage. Receiving a wage employees deserve makes them feel valued and appreciated beyond words. It will increase self-esteem and morale. Self-esteem has a direct relationship with our overall well-being, both for ourselves and those around us, particularly the developing children we interact with. Morale is associated with emotional and mental well-being. It creates and reflects the general mood of a worker. Teams that operate with high morale are positive, passionate, enthused, and engaged. Classified employees interact with our students on a daily basis, day in and day out, as do teachers and administrators. So it's important that they love their jobs as much as other people on our team. Employees that come to work with higher self-worth exhibit more positive mindset. Positivity is contagious. In this way, a school environment of positivity would permeate the campus throughout the day. In this way, our students' learning environment will improve more quickly and for the long run. Give us the opportunity to bring about a positive change in our students' learning environment. Good leadership increases trust and loyalty. Trust leads to a more positive work environment and better employee retention. 573 classified employees in our district are trusting you, the board, to deliver on these 3 things: listening, recognition, and a living wage. We are the parents and families of the students we are trying to keep from migrating away from our ADA. Santa Rosa City Schools wants to attract and retain highly qualified staff. We do know how to do it. Yes, we do it with our administrators. We do it with our directors. We do it with our supervisors. We also do it with our teachers. Now we need to do it with our classified employees. Just do it. Yes, our motto can be, I love my job. Have a wonderful summer. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lehman. Item D2 is the Santa Rosa Teachers Association report. I will hand it over to SRTA President Catherine Howell.
Good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Chanel, members of the board and the community. My name is Catherine Howell. I am the president of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association, representing about 850 educators in Santa Rosa City Schools. At risk of stealing Superintendent Chanel's report, we have 6 days of school left. Congratulations from all of your teachers to our graduates in the class of 2023. We hope very much that our classes and our schools have prepared all of you for the next step in your journeys. SRTA wants to put out its support for CSEA right now. We can't do our jobs without them. hundreds of little things every day, big things, little things, necessary things that wouldn't happen if we didn't have the support of the classified workers at every school site, at the district office, in the warehouse, in the child nutrition services, all of those people. We can't function without them. We need them to stick around. We need more of them, and we need them to be paid a living wage in Sonoma County. As of today, we have 50 resignations, 50 teacher resignations this school year. We have 32 retirements, and we have 90 certificated openings. We have some open positions that have been open all year, never filled, putting our students further behind in their learning goals at all of our levels. Some comments that you heard earlier this evening before closed session, recent newspaper articles, and I'm sure countless emails and phone calls to each one of you, the data that you studied last week. All of these things together have given you the answer to why we have resignations and retirements and vacancies. And we're losing educators and students. We have 10 administrative vacancies, including an assistant principal at Rincon Valley Middle School that the teachers are fighting to keep. We can't afford that many vacancies. We can't afford to lose an administrator that is actually working with and for our students and teachers. The bottom line is that our schools don't feel like safe spaces. They don't feel like safe spaces for our students, and they don't feel safe for our teachers, and they don't feel safe for our staff. We've heard about the committees that are already working on solutions. We've heard about the new committees that are being formed. We've heard about the new positions at district office. We know the budget is being worked on to make all this possible. But we really need an actual concrete action plan and a timeline, right? When will we know which of these changes will actually be in place on August 16th so that we have something to reassure us for the new school year, some way to tell teachers that are applying to our district, yeah, it's going to be better in August. These are the things our district is doing to make things better. Will there be more adults on our campuses? Will there be a substitute availability so our admins can actually do their jobs? Will there be SROs on our campuses? How about more tier 3 supports for our students? Are those going to be in place, and what will they look like? Will it be alternative ed and mental health services, wellness centers, violence prevention programs, trainings, some de-escalation techniques for the teachers and for the kids themselves, so maybe the violence doesn't start, right? How about small class sizes? These are all things we've asked for. We've mentioned at listening sessions. You've got charts and tables of these very requests. What we're asking for now is a timeline of when we're going to get these things. So it's not just pie in the sky, it's not hopeful, it's not maybe, it's not probably, but it is definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Item D3, Superintendent Report.
Thank you, and I'll just apologize. I'm dealing with some throat allergy perhaps thing. So I will try my best this evening, and I do have a lozenge in my mouth, so excuse that and the amount of water I'm going to be drinking during my report. So we are 5 days away, thank you, Ms. Howell, from the last day of school for elementary and 6 days away from the last day of school for secondary schools, including the graduation of the class of 2023. I would like to provide an update on the Safety Advisory Roundtable Group. We've held 6 meetings and we have 3 more this school year, all which will culminate before our next board meeting on June 14, where I plan to bring our recommendations forward. Our work has been consistent around 4 pillars in our priorities: safety and security, mental health and counseling, communication and transparency, and facilities. At the last meeting, the group provided feedback regarding the facilities master plan, specifically around safety. We will be finalizing our recommendations in the coming meetings, I just said this, with consideration for how these recommendations may be considered in the budgeting process we plan to bring to the board in June. Some things we've already taken action, such as the bathrooms and renovations of bathrooms at our high schools. The board actually made those, took action on those adjustments already, and the plans are to be enacted this summer. So we are taking action where we can right away. The other piece tonight is an obligation as a part of my contract, excuse me, as your superintendent, to provide an annual report. So I'm going to share my screen. And then share the slides. So tonight I will be going through information that covers high-level progress that we've made in the district and actions that we've taken over the course of the year, and highlight some of the real things that we've experienced this year as well. So first, our mission and our vision, making sure that we are focused on our students at the heart of what we do. That the work that we do is connected to one of our strategic priorities. You might notice that with our board agenda items, we list the strategic priorities that each item is connected to. That is purposeful, so we can demonstrate how we are enacting those priorities. We had a re-election of board members and also the welcoming of 2 new board members this school year. Our hashtag this year was around hearts and minds. Last year, you might recall, it was gratitude attitude. So the hearts and minds, the heart of our work are our students, our staff, and our families. And these are just photos of examples of the work and the joy that we do every day to serve our students, our staff, and our families. These are the schools that we serve. I won't go and name them, but they are here and they are representative across our district of how many schools we serve, which then impacts the number of people we serve in our community. These are our staff demographics. You can see to the left our total number and the ethnic breakdown, and then the breakdown by certificated and by classified. One of the things that we continue to strive for is how we not only hire wonderful people onto our team and within our SRCS family, but that we also diversify our staff so that our students can see themselves in the staff who works with them. And we appreciate every one of our staff members. Our students, so starting with enrollment, you can see that we've had a declining trend over years, and we're starting to flatten out a little bit now. Also, we've seen a trend in increased enrollment in our charter schools, which we know that in the 21-22 school year had a major jump because of the shift from Cook to CCLA and having the middle school students grandfathered in to CCLA. This is our enrollment of our students by race, and we're almost 60% Latinx students in our school district. This is another way to see the number of students. You saw percentages before, and this is the number of students. We have multiple languages spoken in our district. And you can see here that English, Spanish, and Vietnamese are among the top 5 languages spoken in our district. There are additional numbers that show that French and other non-English languages are also spoken. Moving into our summer programs and progressing through the year, we continue to have high numbers of students that we serve in summer school. Last year was really an anomaly because, as you can recall, we were coming back from being in person and growing the number of programs available, which did catch the attention of our students and families, and we were able to serve more students. Some of the things that we continue to grow is the number of ways that we collaborate in various committees and groups. So we have solid work and growth work that we are doing with the ELAC groups at our school campuses. And we have a very healthy and strong DLAC committee as well as our Citizens Oversight Committee that is now formed to not only have oversight over bond measures I and L, but also the integration of bond measures C and G. And I'll talk about those more in a moment. Also, we've resurrected our Classroom Technology Advisory Committee to continue to help us navigate decisions that we want to make around expectations of technology and learning in our classrooms. We also began 3 new groups, the Superintendent's Advisory Network, which is a culmination of parents only, representative of all of our schools that come from leadership on their ELACs, their school site councils, and their PTOs or PFOs. We have the Partners in Education group, which is comprised of 5 members of CSEA, 5 members of SRTA, I believe 3 site administrators, and as it is formed, 2 board members to help advise me on topics that I am working through to help navigate the district. And then, of course, the Safety Advisory Roundtable Group. The Safety Advisory Roundtable Group is a group of 30 people made up of 9 students, a number of parents, teachers, classified staff, and site administration who are doing the work with me of creating and designing a strategic plan for how we move forward in the district. And next year, we would like to begin a Student Leadership Advisory Group. That's just what I'm calling it right now. It might have a different name come next year because we obviously want the youth's perspective and how we would like to have them see themselves represented in a group like this. Some human resources highlights. We've begun in-house fingerprinting or live scan services so that people don't have to go out of the district to have that service provided. And we're going to be incorporating volunteers into that process over this next year. I do want to highlight here as well that one of the pieces of work that I will be doing with our teams is looking at how we can remove barriers to the obstacles that our volunteers might face just in the process to sign up to be a volunteer. We want to make this process as streamlined as possible and give our parents and our community an understanding that they are welcome in our schools to assist us. We'll be working on that over the next few months. We hired a receptionist at the district office. Oftentimes, because we have 2 entrances to our building there, people wander the halls, kind of opening doors and knocking and asking people, where's this, where's that department? We're so spread out with all of the portables that we have that by having a receptionist, we actually create a more welcoming environment so that we can streamline where people go and have more focused time with the services that they want to provide. So we're very excited by that. And our receptionist is also bilingual so that we can be more receptive and more welcoming to our community. And then we're starting a process of transitioning our evaluations to the frontline system for this coming school year and beyond. And obviously that requires training and more information. So we're just in the talks about what that looks like now. COVID is still with us. And so because of that, we continue to maintain our dashboard. Many districts moved away from their dashboard reporting since last year, but we maintain it so that we can demonstrate that we are still looking at numbers. And we have a wonderful COVID coordinator, John Jones, who continues to work with us, who will be transitioning to a new role in HR as a coordinator of safety and risk management in the coming school year to continue to help us navigate not just COVID, but also all of those areas that are important for us to support our staff. Under facilities, maintenance, and operations, there's lots of work. As you may know, We're doing work around the facilities master plan. I won't read this word for word. I'm going to take a water break. Excuse me. But we provided updates to the board in the fall. And as you may know, we're continuing to work on committees to provide feedback on the facilities master plan with all of our school sites and in multiple committees. We're doing a demographic study, and we're also looking at reimbursement applications. I'm looking at Lisa, who is our CBO, and I'm sure I'm not doing this slide justice. There's a lot of really great work going on. One of the things that we are also working on is the restructure of our facilities and maintenance and operations department so that we have more efficiency as we move forward in supporting all of our school sites and our buildings in general. We are implementing the PLA or PSA as the board directed 2 years ago. And we're also monitoring the number of work orders we receive, as well as the timeliness of the resolve of those work orders. One example of facilities is the new ag facility for Santa Rosa High School. Last year, if you were at the end of May meeting, you would have heard me report just on the first 2 photos here to the left, where the Tubbs fire took our ag facilities or ag barn. We began to rebuild in 2021. We were so excited in the fall of 2022 to officially open the new ag facility, which is beautiful. Under fiscal planning, as you can see, the demonstration here is to say that in the cycle of our budgetary planning, we are constantly having conversations. Each of the dates that you see there are dates that we've brought information and discussion forward to the board so that we can continuously keep that at top of mind as we move through the school year for transparency. We also have our bond program, and this is where the Citizens Oversight Committee supports us in reviewing and making sure that we are doing our due diligence on the spending of those funds. And as you know, and I'll talk about this again, but we did, and thank you to the citizens of Santa Rosa for voting positively in favor of new bonds, C and G, so that we can continue our facilities updates. We're working on our LCAP and look forward to bringing revisions to the board in June so that we can be accountable and also mindful of the things that we are hearing and how we are taking action to take steps for change in the coming school year. We'll also be doing that with our budget in June as well. And we are monitoring our federal funding as well as working with our budget advisory committee on the recommendations and decisions that we make going forward. Here's an example taken from the county website of the bond measure results, just so that I can solidify them and memorialize the outcome of those votes. And again, thank you to all who were involved. A little bit about meals, and you're going to hear more from our CNS team. I think also with a little taste testing, if some people haven't already participated this evening. The number of meals that we've offered over the 3 years, you can see that the need is constant. And I won't take the glory away from Ed and team to talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Under special services, what we're highlighting here is that we have increased services for a number of people, including through our co-teaching model that we continue to work through and refine. The number of students that are on track for the diploma track, the number of students that we are serving in their home districts, and also the onboarding of a new literacy program specifically focused on, as I read the quote, the Sunday program has given my students confidence in themselves as readers. And let me move you all out of the way so I can keep reading. Many students have made more than a year's growth this year, and the foundation has been laid for future growth. That is coming from one of our educational specialists, which we're seeing great success already. We're supporting large increases in special education referrals, And we continue to open we're going to continue by opening up 5 new classrooms, 92 students to support additional referrals, referral students with programs in preschool, counseling, autism spectrum, and extensive needs. Progress. Oh, sorry. Under educational services, we've been focused in new ways around data, looking at problems of practice, and also celebrating the ways that we've been able to increase the number of students receiving the seal of biliteracy. So congratulations to all of our students there. We are revisiting instructional practices, including a focus around mathematics and the redesign, ethnic studies expansions, early literacy, and of course, our EL master plan, which we are looking forward to bringing forward to the board in June. We're also deepening our work around extended learning opportunities, as well as extracurricular interventions. And new, we're also looking at alternative education programs that we may be able to institute as soon as 23-24. Around social emotional wellness supports. If you were a part of our special board meeting last Wednesday, you heard data around the Youth Truth Survey as well as the Panorama Survey. And just the table here exemplifies the layers of Tier 1 social emotional learning support that are available in our schools that we are working with our educators and our staff to implement so that we have tools available to assist students. And when we say Tier 1 is where our students are learning in their learning spaces, so that primarily is in our classrooms before we move to Tier 2 interventions. Information and evaluation services. We have a new director, and when I asked for accomplishments that I might be able to share, the whole team, and kudos to them, gave me 3 pages worth of things to highlight that some are really probably meant for internal understanding, but overall, the team was very proud of the number of things that they were able to accomplish this year. I've selected a few of those, such as state reporting, such as increases in our completion rates for our state testing, increases in the use of Parent Square, and also our Zendesk, where there are work orders or tickets sent in to be resolved, that we are looking to continue to make that a more effective process, and we're already seeing positive results. I do want to highlight, I'll make sure I did, technology. So of course, and Adrian is in the room and he'll be assisting with a presentation here very soon. And I told him I would, again, lots of accomplishments coming from our technology team. I've only selected a few here, such as we're continuing to offer our one-to-one Chromebook support for our students. We've begun an initial rollout of a classroom technology project, and you're going to see a demonstration tonight of the interactive flat panels with some of the educators that have joined us today to assist in that demonstration. We've worked on the classified employee equipment refresh, as well as, and I don't understand all of the intricacies of this, but we've gone to dark fiber, which is actually a good thing. In the works is the continued completion of the teacher technology standard equipment, as well as migration of cell phones to be one of the ways that we address communication issues in emergencies. We'll continue the phase 2 rollout of the classroom technology project with the interactive flat panels and voice amplification systems. We're looking at extra security cameras and clock speakers district-wide. And over the next 4 years, we're going to continue to look at the refresh of Chromebooks for our students so that it continues to be an ongoing support, of course, looking at the funding available to do that. I do want to call out the unification and feasibility study. That was a big deal of conversation this year, and I wanted to highlight that in our annual report. We've had 3 board meetings where information has been presented to the board. And our next steps are actually in progress. where there are going to be interviews, not just of Santa Rosa City Schools staff, but also of staff of the 8 feeder districts to understand the impacts and get to know each district regarding the next phase of the report, which goes into educational programming, special education, English learner support, et cetera. There is an outside organization that SCO, or Sonoma County Office of Education, is supporting in order to conduct this new phase of the report. And they're hoping to bring a presentation to the board this fall. This is a big one. Obviously, this has taken a lot of energy and our attention this year and broken our hearts as well this year, especially with the March 1st tragedy that we experienced. I've highlighted here some of the things that we've done since then. And while I recognize that for some, it may not seem like immediate action, what we are trying to do is build a systemic pipeline of support going forward, where we were able to layer in immediate supports by having additional people on our school campuses, as well as looking at a number of listening sessions that I continue to engage even this week, as you may have heard, that have been mainly positive. And I've received a lot of positive feedback about the fact that people feel heard and that we're starting to take action on some of the things that they are hearing. So we are looking at how we can layer in to that feedback what we see in our budgets going forward that we're hoping to bring forward to the board to demonstrate that action. But it is a process. And if I didn't do it this way, then I would be accused of being top down and not listening. So I think it's a catch-22, but I think listening and being present with people is extremely important so that we can be informed in the decisions that we make going forward together. Some outside entities are also a part of our work with the Violence Prevention Partnership, the In Response team with Santa Rosa Police Department, or that is associated with Santa Rosa Police Department, as well as others. I do want to call out Officer Luigi, who supports our Montgomery School right now. He is a really important person at the campus right now. And I just want to highlight that by day, typically, he is a mental health, trained mental health therapist. And by night, he was a Santa Rosa police officer. That has been reversed, and he brings that mental health therapist perspective into the work that he is doing right now at Montgomery High School, which is very unique. So our continued focus, and I have kept these 4 bullets that I presented last year in full transparency, because I don't think these things change. What you will notice is I'm giving examples of how we are going to do this. So under a commitment to continue to keep students and staff safe and healthy is considering additional staffing for supervision and safety, as well as how we are working on facilities to upgrade them so that students feel safe in those spaces. A continued focus on improving and reinforcing strong instructional practices. So that means calibration around best practices and professional development opportunities that are relevant. We will be resurrecting the Professional Development Committee, something that has been dormant for quite some time, but we will need everyone's perspective if we're going to provide relevant professional development that is timely and meaningful for all of our staff. The unwavering social, emotional, and mental health support system for students and staff, reinforcing the tools, some of those that I highlighted previously, and resources available to increase social emotional wellness, considering additional staffing for social emotional support, like restorative specialists, for example, and looking at how improvements could be made if we offered more staff in that category. Also, the consideration of wellness centers. We are looking at a community schools model where we would be able to grow the potential of having wellness centers at our schools and what that would mean. And an unrelenting determination to keep equity, anti-racism, and social justice at the heart of everything we do. And we do that by reinforcing our behavioral expectations and support practices and doing everything through a data-driven decision-making lens so that we are informing our practices so that we can see the return on our investment through the data and ultimately to see more of our students graduate and go on to the next step in their life, whatever it is that they choose, whether that is a career or college or something else. I will now pause. I will stop sharing my screen and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Tranel. It's a big lift to summarize everything that happens in a school district throughout the year, but thank you for that really great presentation and for highlighting the work that you're doing, your team is doing, and of course that includes all of our staff in the district, and we're very thankful for that. Are there any questions from the board at this time? I see Director Flores' hand up first.
Just well, thank you. It was very, very thorough. So I'll only have a couple of questions here. Regarding the slide titled Special Services Highlights, you mentioned 85 additional students this year are on diploma track. Is that due to AB 181?
He's ready.
I'm up here. No, Mr. Flores, it's not. That's just our continued track of our ATG track and putting what formerly are considered STC students now on a diploma track. So we've been adding that every year as a grade level it's been implementing, and that's just one more additional grade this year only. We are now, next year will be the third grade, and so that's 85 at least every year, and that's just this year.
Okay, so none of them are AB 181.
No, they're not.
Got it. And since you're up there, my next question is like, did we get a report about AB 181 here?
It's part of the presentation tonight. I think you have 5 on the CSB updates.
Thank you. And then the second is the seal by literacy. I don't know if I mentioned this before. Some school districts, especially in the South, do celebrations of, by literacy. Do we have anything in the pipeline regarding, celebrating our students who are receiving the seal by literacy?
So we actually did already. It was on May 1st. And we recognized over 200 students. Not everybody came, but we did have a good representative group of students from each school. All of our principals were there. It was a wonderful celebration, and we'll continue to grow that and have that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Director De La Cruz.
I just wanted to note how robust your data game is, and I'm so grateful for that. And then I think as we look at data, there's always we can go deeper and deeper. And so I just wanted to lift that up in this presentation, both with kind of staff and, classified and certificated staff and how that matches up to the kids in our district. I also wanted to lift up that, we still are going to struggle with those traditional data practices that erase populations that we know are present in our district. That definitely came up in that presentation around discipline, and they're not quite represented here, right? So would just love to continue to provide support and also see this as a really cool task or project for kids who are doing social justice stats. So ways in which kids can really be kind of grounded in their own institutions and recognizing the power of data, and what that does for the sense of belonging and visibility for kids who experience marginalization in our systems. So just again, thank you. This was beautiful, robust, full, and I really appreciated kind of our, centering our values to wrap up this presentation, and just want to again say thanks.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Superintendent Tranel, for that presentation and for all of the work this year, and to everyone who has been a part of that work. That's everyone in this room and who's not in this room. Thank you. Okay. Next is item D4, Board President Report. I will be very brief. I just have a couple of thank yous, invitations, and then congratulations. So I want to send a big thank you to Miss Bree at Santa Rosa Middle School for allowing me to accompany the field. There was a field trip last Monday to Bodega with some kids, and it was the highlight of my week. I was so thrilled to be there with them and hike with them, and just get to know them. And I just extend that thank you to Ms. Bree publicly. And also today, I went to Lewis Early Learning Academy, and I'm just very thankful for the staff there for allowing me to join their staff meeting and also get to hear from them, their concerns, their challenges, but their hopes and their dreams for what they hope their programs look like in the future. So thank you to Janelle at Lila and all of their staff there. Tomorrow evening, the LC Allen High School and Cesar Chavez Language Academy marching bands will be participating in the Healdsburg Twilight Parade because there's no Rose Parade this year in Santa Rosa. They've taken all of their awesomeness to Healdsburg for the evening. So I will be there volunteering and invite anyone who is available tomorrow to go support and watch them. And then finally, just a big congratulations to the graduating class of 2023. We look forward to celebrating all of you next week at your commencement ceremonies. Each board member will be at a high school to celebrate with you all. So we're really looking forward to that. And that concludes my report. Item D5 is board member reports. Do we have any board member reports this evening? Director Bowie.
So this past Friday, I was able to go with my rocketry club at Pioneer High School, and we went to Fresno area and we got to launch our rockets. It was pretty exciting. I think my group and we broke the record at our school for the altitude record. So before it was about a little over 11,000 feet, and now we reached 13,000 feet. So that was really exciting. We also have our STEM symposium for it tomorrow, so everyone is welcome to join. It starts at 7 p.m. It's something that we have every year, and it's not really honored as much as it should be. So I hope that people are able to show up. And I just want to congratulate everyone, all our seniors. I'm really excited to graduate, and I hope everyone is as well.
Thank you, Director Bowie. Director De La Torre.
I just want to report that I went to Santa Rosa High School's Day of Tolerance last week, and I was able to take in 2 morning sessions. Really powerful stuff. Love the fact that it was all student driven and put together by students, and they did a wonderful job. And I'm a little late to the game this year, but look forward to those opportunities to be invited and see those things happen at other campuses. I know for my son, they had done something similar at Creo this year, and I know they also had something similar at Montgomery. So just love that stuff's happening. Santa Rosa did a great job with their presentation, and I just wanted to report on that.
Thank you. Do we have other board member reports? Director Sheffield and then Director Medina.
I just briefly want to report, I did participate in the Roseland School District's a listening session around safety yesterday. And as part of that, I did spend quite a bit of time with Sergeant Matt Crosby talking about some of our safety issues. And he did invite me and invite folks to this Friday, Coffee with the Cop at Aroma Roasters at 8:30 a.m. So if anybody wants to go and listen, participate, that's an opportunity for people to interact and talk about safety as well.
All right, a little bit more to report. I attended a session of the Santa Rosa High School's Day of Tolerance event. I know that other board members did attend as well. And just want to thank the students of the National Honor Society for making this available for board members to participate and attend. I was able to make it to the SRJC's Black Student Union presentation on equity. It was very moving, and I think that the students actually got a whole lot out of it as well. There was a lot of interaction between the students and the presenter. I also attended Losian's Youth Perspective event at LC Allen last Friday, where there was a panel of student leaders, and they shared their perspectives on diversity and representation, opportunity, mental health, and school violence. And that was also just really moving. And you know, something that we all know we need to do more of is really listen to the voices of the students. I want to say congratulations to the Hidden Valley Odyssey of the Mind 4th grade team. First of all, on their state victory, winning 2nd place in Northern California, but now they're journeying to Michigan State University for the World Finals. And they're competing against teams from all over the world, like Switzerland and Germany and China and Canada and Mexico and Poland. It's really exciting. These are fourth graders. And for those of you who don't know, Odyssey of the Mind, it's a global youth competition that really challenges students to develop and expand their creative minds by working on as a team to solve a practical and a complicated and an interesting and fun problems. Just a shout out to Lexa Satow, to Lily Chesson, to Veronica Luvicius, to Nell Inkabi and Tim Lee, and we're crossing our fingers for you to bring home the hardware from Michigan State. And let's see. And I think we're ticking down to the last days of the school year. So we do definitely want to honor and congratulate our seniors and our graduates this year. It was a lot. It was a big mountain to get over. We're almost there. Congratulations. And as I do every year, I encourage parents, especially the parents and families of the younger ones, to keep up keeping those young minds active over the summer. And also just want to point out, Sonoma County Library has just a great program. They have a summer reading challenge program. My kids are starting to get on the older side of it, but they still participate. They'll participate this year. If you go on Sonoma County website, the library website, you'll see that the libraries also have a whole summer of activities for kids. And lastly, and I'm not going to be too brief on this, and I really apologize, but I do have to address an incident that happened at our May 10th school board meeting. And at this meeting, I was the target of a verbal attack during public comment. And for those of you who've attended our board meetings before, you'll know that personal attacks against trustees, our superintendent, our district staff, these are not uncommon. But this particular attack really crossed the line. Public comment's an opportunity where people in the community are invited to bring forward issues and concerns. And these issues and concerns should be relative to school issues. But freedom of speech and so forth, they grant pretty broad discretion as to what can be brought up during public comment. Public comment, however, does not belong to the speaker. The speaker might have the attention of the audience and us, but they don't have the stage. And we all are here to conduct business, not to provide a platform for anyone to share their own personal ideology and their propaganda, the name calling, the race baiting, the body shaming that has happened repeatedly during public comment at our meetings has been allowed to go on far too long. This type of verbal abuse towards us, towards public officials, elected officials, trying to conduct the business of the community, it has to end. We can't normalize those verbal attacks and the threats against public officials. It's not just happening at school boards, it's happening nationally. And we can't normalize hate speech. We have to draw a line here. And I'll say to anybody who I may have offended on social media with a post, I apologize. Take it up with me on the post. Email me, DM me, whatever, but not here. And for me, it's not the name calling, sticks and stones, but it's that it's said in this venue. This is a school board meeting. We have kids and we have families watching. We're supposed to be kind of PG, We're family-friendly TV night, for anyone listening out there who wants to speak a public comment. I believe we're going to start our meetings now with a message. Just a reminder, passions get high, I get that. But again, understand the audience here. I've been a public servant in this community for 20 years. That's as long as I've lived in this community. That means for as long as I've been here, I've never not been on a board, on a commission, working for an elected official or being an elected official myself. I volunteer a lot of my time to make this community better. And for people who follow us from outside the community, you can make your community better too. But this is my community and I feel grateful to be a part of it. And I appreciate all the support and the love that I've been given over the past 2 weeks with so many good people out there reaching out to me. And this supports why I don't get beaten down. But again, the rude, the malicious, the hate speech attacks, words don't hurt me, but I am a real person. I have to share with my wife and my 11-year-old and my 9-year-old that I get attacked week after week just for being a public servant. Not over any policy issues or board decision. We get that and we should. I mean, that's to be expected. But I have to tell my kids that I get attacked for trying to do good for the community just by being a public figure. That said, call me names, try to hurt my feelings, rant, whatever conspiracy theories that you subscribe to. And unless you cross the line, and we'll have to cut your mic when you do, you're free to talk. You can talk until you're blue in the face, but it doesn't mean that I'm listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. We will not tolerate hate speech. Ooh, I have to compose myself. Okay. Much love to you, Ed, and to all of us here. I think it's a really powerful message, Ed, because yeah, it's so hard being a public servant in these crazy times. I think we're in a time and place where we have to start delineating what's constructive criticism and feedback and what is not acceptable, and what is hate speech and what is bullying. And it's not about us. It's about the communities that are being impacted by the words that we're hearing every single week. So thank you for that message. All right, we will move, or I'm sorry, are there any other board member reports this evening? Director De La Cruz.
First, I just want to say thank you, Ed, for reclaiming it all. That was just, I had the pleasure of hanging out with Santa Rosa City School staff. Thank you so much, Anna and Jessica, for being out at the Indigenous Peoples Gathering this weekend. It was 2 beautiful days of Indigenous folks from all over this planet who came together with just a sense of joy and celebration, and a deep sense of the power of resilience in the face of violence and genocide and attempts to erase. And my heart was so full after those 2 days of just being in community in quite that powerful way. And so I'm just really grateful for Santa Rosa City Schools also being there in celebration and to lift up those voices. Also just want to say thank you to the folks who continue to invite me into their classrooms and to hang out with them and to see from their perspectives what they experience every day inside of our systems. I have 2 kids in the district and I'm a lifelong student. And so I'm just really grateful for the continued opportunities to connect with people, to make new friends and connections, and to continue building a broader perspective than the one that I have from my own experiences and the experiences of my children. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board member reports this evening? Okay, that brings us to our E items this evening. These are our discussion and action items, and E1 is a discussion item empowering student learning through technology. The board will receive information and a demonstration about the use of classroom technology, which is a set standard across the district, and we have a great team joining us this evening. Presenting this discussion item are Dr. Roderick Castro, Dr. Michael Reimer, Adrian Bica, Tiffany Malaya, Jennifer Averbuck, Brett Ainsworth, and Linda Castanis.
Check, test.
I don't know what's happening, but it looks really cool.
We're all going to play Mario Kart.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, trustees, and Superintendent Trinnell. My name is Michael Reimer from Educational Services, and it is my great pleasure this evening to introduce the presentation and also to partly frame the discussion for us. So on the screen this evening, of course, the title, Empowering Student Learning Through Technology. We wanted to start by thanking the board for its ongoing commitment to the investment in technology. Of course, you will know that over the last number of years, you have helped our school district by investing in the tools required for, I think, excellence in instruction in our classrooms. And today we'll be basing our presentation in part on those investments, but shifting quickly, I think, to some other important parts and then showcasing the work of our talented teachers in the classroom. As some of you know already, a number of years ago, a consortium of educational thinkers, business leaders, and pedagogical experts came together to think about what skills and dispositions students, I think, are going to be required to have to be successful in a technologically driven 21st century global environment. As a result of their work, what they came together to create was recommendations for educators across the nation at all three levels, elementary, middle, and high school. And their recommendation was framed around something called the 4 Cs. It was recommended that educators work to integrate or weave into the fabric of their instruction 4 key elements or aspects of the work. 4 Cs, if you're not aware, are communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. And they believed, of course, that weaving these into the fabric of our instructional practice in all classrooms would serve all the students well. The 4 Cs naturally builds on work that we've already done in our district. Of course, in the last number of years, we've worked to strengthen the graduation requirements and also at a number of our high schools build out important graduate profiles as kind of touchstones or North Stars, if you will, for what we want our seniors, our graduates to demonstrate. In our presentations this evening from our teachers, we're also encouraging you to look for elements of pedagogical or instructional practices that will naturally help some of our most underserved student populations, including our English language learners and our special education students. Finally, talking about the important shift that we've been working at collectively towards the Common Core integration, whether you're talking about English language arts and our focus on early literacy practices, building on blended learning or differentiated instructional practices or techniques. You'll see our experts this evening use the technology to integrate elements of this instructional style or practice as part of their work in classrooms. If you shifted the lens or a conversation to mathematics, you'll note that the introduction of these kinds of technological tools helps to support the standards for mathematical practices and builds on multiple representations that students are required to demonstrate in our mathematics classrooms. Final point here this evening is we're looking forward to continuing to, I think, understand the use of these tools and integrate them broadly across our system, whether you're talking about school sites or at the district level. And we want you to know that we're going to be continuing to support staff members with training and ongoing support. At this time, I wanted to introduce Mr. Adrian Bika, who wanted to talk briefly about, I think, the hardware before we shifted gears to give it over to our teachers.
Thank you, Michael. Everybody can hear me with this? Okay, so I'm going to give a brief presentation of the devices we're putting in every classroom, because I want you to have a little bit of an idea when you see the teachers using them, what technologies they're using, right? So you have in front of you here is a ViewSonic interactive flat panel, which the staff of the Santa Rosa City Schools chose for its robustness. And we also picked the card setup to reduce cost and actually provide a little more flexibility in the classrooms. So you can think of this board as being a giant tablet that actually is filled with applications curated specifically for the K-12 educational environment, right? And on top of this, it has annotation options for the different, sorry. Teachers are going to show this better than me, right? I'm just going to give you a preview, right? So on top of every application, we can actually annotate. So that's one function. Also, it has a built-in whiteboard application, which can be used securely with sign-in, gain access to the Google Drive, with which it integrates, or it can be used by itself. And again, the teachers will demonstrate that more than this. Also, one other issue we had in mind, we wanted to have a flexible system, right? As flexible as possible, right? So this comes to the type of inputs we have available for this board. So we have native wireless projection AirPlay for iOS and macOS. For a PC, we're using Miracast, again, native for the PCs. No other software needed. Also, VCast has ViewSonic has a native application. It's called VCast, which allows Macs and PCs to be projected to the screen and allows the touchback from the screen to the PC, right? So you can imagine a teacher starting a presentation, they come to the board and they can control their computer from the board, okay? Let me just make sure I cover everything, right? All right, and then for the non-wireless part, we're actually, this is what I was kind of demonstrating here, we have different inputs. We're actually using, because this was the standard pre-whiteboard interactive flat panels, we actually support Apple TV. The Apple TV device itself, it's not only providing the wireless casting, but also it provides access to the applications, right? Okay, and one other thing we'd like to point out here, we are still supporting legacy devices, whereas we are transitioning to wireless projection. For example, I have here a document camera, just for showing purposes, right? Okay, and also, as Michael was mentioning, the necessity to provide hybrid, blended, and hopefully we're not going to get to distance learning again, but all these whiteboards are easy to connect into a blended or hybrid learning model, right? The Zoom is an application that is native on the board. We can join the board into a Zoom session. We can share the screen of the board to the constituent, to the participants. We can also, and this is actually an interesting feature, we can actually start the Zoom session from a laptop, project to the panel, and we can switch the cameras at the time from the computer. Okay. Last but not least, this provides us with a way to provide better support, because we have it's called a mobile device management we can use in the back end, and we can assist the teacher in case there are any issues with the board from the district office. We can just remote into them. We can change the inputs for them. We can actually set other parameters for the configuration parameters, like for the time when they go to sleep, so we don't waste energy, etc., etc. And last but not least, it integrates with our emergency announcement systems, right? So right now we have a system, it's called InformaCast. In case of an emergency, all principals know they launch the codes. We can actually integrate these boards to go straight to receive the messages from the board, from the InformaCast, as well as a principal launches an emergency announcement. We can also just send messages to the board themselves, which are not necessarily emergency, but that's an option there. It's called signage. So there is a multimedia signage option, which we can think of, principal maybe wants to put the morning announcement there, record themselves, week before, and then present it on the board, right? The entire school at the same time. And with that, I'm going to pass the microphone to Linda Castanis. She's our trainer emeritus. She's conducting training with over 130 teachers so far. And then she will be talking a little bit about training, and she's going to be introducing the teachers. Thank you very much for being here.
Hi, good evening. I'm Linda Castanis. I am the Instructional Technology TOSA for Santa Rosa City Schools, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you tonight 2 of our teachers who have graciously volunteered to come and show you some of what they do in the classroom with these new pieces of technology. So starting us off will be Brett Ainsworth from Comstock Middle School, and then following him will be Tiffany Malia from Proctor Terrace. So they're going to show you a few different things and give you a brief overview. Get to see what kids do.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move over here. As Mr. Bika explained, I use this in the classroom probably moving on almost every day now, at least a couple times a week. I used it this week extensively just because of the unit we happen to be on. In addition to the whiteboard qualities that Tiffany will explain or demonstrate, I'm just going to show you a couple of the things that I do in the classroom during my lessons. I teach 2 standard English 7th grade classes, 1 advanced 7th grade English class, and 2 co-taught English classes, as well as I also teach our Making Gardens Grow garden class. So I'm going to show you just a couple examples of how I utilize it during the classroom instruction. Thank you, Linda. First, as Adrian mentioned, it's able to cast from my computer. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is connect the whiteboard to my computer so that I can go ahead and utilize the whiteboard as though I was on my laptop. So. So now you are actually seeing what my computer sees, but the great thing is I don't have to stay on my computer if I want to. I can move to the board at any time and actually start instructing from there, which is what I'll go ahead and do. So in this case, what you see right now is our class link, which is our multi-functional, essentially board for, it's a single sign-on for all of the applications that I use. And the first thing I wanted to demonstrate is Jamboard, which is a program that I started using it actually during COVID. And many of you are probably familiar with it. It's a platform that it's cloud-based and allows the students all to share a project at the same time on their Chromebooks. So what you're seeing here is on my screen, but if I was doing this in the classroom, all the students would actually see the same thing on their screen as well. and they're actually able to manipulate the items on their screens as well as coming at the front of the classroom. So for example, in this case, one of the units I teach is the hero's journey. And so one of the culminating lessons after we've read Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone is to use the hero's journey or use Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone to try to apply the concepts of the hero's journey. And what I have the students do is go ahead and fill out this template of all the stages of a hero's journey with the stages that Harry goes through to kind of demonstrate that. So normally these sticky notes here wouldn't be here. They would normally be something that the students create where they would have to come up with the different stages. So the first stage in a hero's journey is an unusual birth or early childhood. And then in this case, the students would create their sticky note that says what that example is. And in this case, that would be Harry is left on his aunt's doorstep when he's an orphan. So that's demonstrating the first stage of the hero's journey. And the next stage is the call to adventure. It's the call to adventure in this case is when Harry receives his letter from Hogwarts. So the students would create a sticky note and they'd go ahead and drag it here. Now, simultaneously, I'm doing this. It's happening on my computer as well, but it would also be happening in all the students' computers. So at any time, I get to hand over, and when I call on a student to engage that participation or to check for understanding, call on a student and say, okay, who can fill out, the next, crossing the threshold. And then one of the students can either on their Chromebook from their desk or coming up to the board, they can say, oh, I wrote that when Harry goes he crosses platform 9 3/4 and gets on board the Hogwarts Express. That's what I think crossing the threshold is for our hero. And that would be a way to engage them. So this is one example of how I use it in the classroom. And then another example, so let me go ahead and close this, is right now I'm teaching a poetry unit. And so today, actually, we just happened to cover one of the parts of the poetry unit is learning all the poetic devices. And hopefully they're learning and remembering as many of those as they can in 7th grade as they go through 8th grade and into high school. So today they were reading the Colossus, and in the Colossus, there's a lot of example of poetic devices that they're able to do. And so what we've done for the past few days is learn all the different poetic devices and really make sure they have a foundational understanding of onomatopoeia, alliteration, metaphor, simile. And then we read this poem together and they get to demonstrate how they can analyze this poem using those poetic devices. So I may say, can anyone give me an example of onomatopoeia? And then I get to hand over the pen or the stylus. And this for the students is really exciting. This means something to them because then they can walk up and I will say, let's go ahead and underline anything that's onomatopoeia in blue. And so the students will then be able to select the stylus, select blue, and they'll say, you know what? When she says, I shall never get you put together entirely, pieced, glued, and properly jointed, mule bray, pig grunted, and body cackle. I think mule bray, pig grunt, and body cackle would be examples of onomatopoeia, which of course is absolutely correct. And then we would move on and we talk about onomatopoeia and how it's being used here. But then the next thing I may say is, hey, let's look at the next stanza and let's talk about, what about maybe some metaphor? Can anyone see a metaphor in the second stanza? And hopefully someone would raise their hand. And if not, I can identify someone and say, can someone come up in an orange, identify the metaphor from the second stanza? And so they may say, oh yeah, that, Mr. Ainsworth, that's easy. It's to dredge the silt from your throat. Because obviously no human is a river and our throats don't have mud in them or silt, but to compare it like that is an example of a metaphor, Mr. Ainsworth. And then finally, I may say, you guys are doing great. Can anyone show me an example of alliteration? And hopefully one of my students would raise their hand. I'd say, hey, can someone come up and in pink underline some of the alliteration in this piece? And they would say, I think that little ladders and pots and pails are examples of alliteration. And that for them, this is their way of demonstrating that knowledge. So I get to do that check-in. They get to get up here and show that they've been able to do that. And at the same time, I'm able to see on my own how well the lesson is going. So these are two examples. And then one final example, as I mentioned, I teach garden. And so in teaching garden, I have to demonstrate sometimes where we talk about, oh yeah.
Sorry, before you move on, I was just wondering if you scroll, do the underlined things stay there as well, or does that get erased?
No, it freezes the scroll. And so if if it freezes the screen, if I want to interact with the poem again, I have to hit
Okay.
that, and then it scrolls, which is why now, instead of seeing the poem, you now see the picture I pulled up for the garden class. But there is a way to make it so it scrolls, but with the drawing tools, it freezes. But the great thing about that, thank you for pointing it out, by the way, is after we've done all that hard work, I can actually save an image, all those underlines they've done onto the board, so that the next day when we come back, I can pull that image right back up and say, okay, let's continue where we started from, or let's refresh and remind ourselves what we worked on yesterday. So that's one of the tools I'm able to use. But as I mentioned, I teach garden. And so in garden, with 7th and 8th graders, you're trying to get them to do as best they can to help treat the plants as they should be treated, and make sure that they do the right things, because unfortunately, plants aren't indestructible. And so they sometimes need to learn some steps on things like how to prune. And so I may use one of the great features here is there's a highlight feature or a focus feature that moves this around. So I can say, hey, we're going to talk about pruning basil. And so I want everyone to focus on this main stem right here of basil. This is the main stem. And when we prune basil, we don't want to cut just anywhere. We want to cut in a specific spot on that main stem. So then I can go ahead and say, let's go ahead and show you where to cut. I want you to go ahead and when you're pruning, make sure you only cut right here, right along the main stem. That's where I want you to cut. So that's where I want you to cut. And it's an easy way without having to bring in a stem of basil and try to explain that where they're really far out of the classroom. This is a way where they can focus on that, see it really clearly. And then I can say, okay, when we go out in the garden, those of you who are pruning, this is what you're going to do. And they have a really good and clear understanding of what that is. Unfortunately, the only thing the board doesn't do is it doesn't improve teacher handwriting. So unfortunately, it doesn't make that any better. With that, I will go ahead and take off the focus feature, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Tiffany.
Is this on? Yeah. Hi, I'm Tiffany Millay, kindergarten teacher at Proctor Terrace, and I'm here to show you what we do with the littles with this board. Bear with me though, we've only had the board about 6 weeks. I think it was spring break we got it. So, but I do use it every day, except for the one day we had no internet at our school. But so this is my lesson plan for the week, and I love it because now I have all my links right here. And one of the hardest things with our littles is that if you walk away, you lose control. So now I can just put my lesson plans right here and just work straight off of this during the day. One of my favorite things is an interactive thing that we do with the kids, and do it every day. And I have helping hands every day, 2 helping hands for the day. So those are the 2 kids who get to do it. And so they rotate through and get to. And one's our calendar right here. We do this through starfall.com. And so the 2 kids will come up. I'll get it right here. The 2 kids will come up, and then they'll get to take turns for every button. They go back and forth. So they press the button. And then the next one. Sure. Okay. It highlights so you can follow along there. And then if the kids aren't sure what to do, they know they can press this. And it'll read it to them. And then they press the day of the week. This is one of the things they love the most. So they're going to fill in the missing day and date. So they have to come over here and they have to hold it until it kind of highlights. Then they get to drag it to the Wednesday. That's the challenge. I have them counting to 3 while they're touching it because otherwise they might miss it. But they've figured it out now. They just touch, count to 3, and then they can drag it. And then on this page, we put the birthdays of the month, and we've been doing it all month. So I happen to remember we have a birthday on the 4th, and we had a birthday. We'll have a birthday on the 29th. Add the birthdays over, and then special days we added like the Friday we didn't have school, and today we added today because at our school we did Art Adventure Day, so that was a special day. So it was a lot of fun. So they just, and then if somebody loses a tooth, they can stuff. So it's a lot of fun for them. And then they get to pick the picture that they want to go for the month of May, and they always put but Mother's Day there. Mothers are special. And then, yep, so then that's how it's completed. So that's one way they interact with the board during the day. The other thing I wanted to show you is that we can go right to our class link. And one of the things we do on here is so we can get it right from here. One of the things we did was a mystery science bikes. Our kindergarten class did a PBL unit where we learned about bikes and bike safety, and the kindergartners designed a new bike path for our school. And I got a props to the maintenance people here because they came out and sprayed it out for us right away. So our kids are getting to enjoy it. The other thing I'm going to show you is an interactive thing we do with the iPad. So let me switch that. So I went back to home, and then I've only done this a couple times, so bear with me. Which one am I Apple TV. Okay. But I got it. Yeah. So that gives us a QR code to log our And then I'm hoping this comes up because I wasn't finding it when I wasn't attached. But maybe I don't need this anymore. Okay, so one of the things we did was an interactive writing on here. I have to say it's a little easier when I'm on, huh? It's a little easier when I'm on my board because it's just on my board, but now that I'm on a different board, you have to, there's a few more steps. So here's our bike template for interactive writing. So the first one was my writing. Let's see if I can, how do I? There we go. So this was the part that I wrote. Safe, it was about a safe bike path because we were asking for one for our class, for our kindergarten. And then you can see this one, which has their writing in it. There we go. So then you can see how the kids got up here and wrote in the red part. So that they were interacting with the board too on that way. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you very much to our teaching experts and the district's technology team, real vanguards in the work and of course, leading the way technologically and academically in our classrooms. Open it up to any questions at the end.
Thank you. Opening it up to board member questions. I see Director Flores's hand up and Director Medina's hand up.
Well, thank you. Very, very entertaining, right? And I'm looking forward to seeing this in the classrooms, as a pedagogical tool. This is maybe a question for you. One of the things that we notice in other school districts is that, after a year or two, right, maintenance and upkeep, what's our plan to make sure that teachers have accessibility to equipment maintenance if equipment were to or software were to break?
I'm sorry, what was the question? How do we make sure teachers get access to software?
No, maintenance. How do we maintain these? I mean, we have these in where I work, right? So one of the issues that I'm seeing, because we had them for a few years, is software breaks, right? And hardware breaks, right? So having, a streamlined sort of, process to make sure that teachers are not in queue for days or weeks
Right.
to get their equipment repaired. So that's my question.
Yeah, I understood your question. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear it. Yeah, so when we purchased, number one, I just want to clarify this. The standard for the teachers is right now a laptop and an iPad, right? So every certificated, every teacher, classroom teacher should have both of these, right? So when we purchased, we have a 4-year replacement plan for the laptops. And when we purchase hardware, we purchase some extras. So we have a buffer to put it in their hands in case we have to fix their laptops, right? Now, on the PC side, on the Mac side, which actually our fleet is probably 70% of the laptops are Macs, right? We're using a mobile device management, and then it's actually pretty easy for us to assign and unassign the devices. So then we just hand them the new device. And then also for the Mac side, we implemented what is called managed Apple IDs, which means every teacher has 200 gigabytes of storage on Apple iCloud, and then they can choose to back up all their files from their local machines to the iCloud. And then when we hand them another machine, because theirs has to go into the shop to be fixed, those files can come right back on the brand new machine. It also helps us keeping the devices up to date. And then same thing actually applies for the iPads as well. Those are linked to the same iPad if they're using their managed Apple IDs. So we can have that kind of flexibility in handing them extra hardware in case we need to send theirs in the shop. On the PC side, things are not as rosy. There it's I mean, we still have hardware we provided to them, but we do not have a mobile device management for the PCs at this time.
So I guess my request is that we are proactive in the way of making sure that teachers are not left with weeks of waiting time. Right. So I just, as a board member, I would like to see a plan of action in terms of, what happens if it breaks if hardware or software breaks, right? So just making sure that we have that, right?
Right.
In a big district like this one, we may have multiple ones, like in Healdsburg, for example, it happens all the time. And I have teachers waiting days and sometimes weeks, and that's the number one complaint. So I just want to make sure that we are proactive about it and we don't have teachers just waiting,
I do not think we have cases of weeks of teachers waiting for hardware to be fixed. So, and we implemented this ticketing system, right? And we're pretty efficient actually managing the inventory.
No, I get that. All I'm asking is that we have a plan.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so that's what I'd like to see as a school board member to make sure that our teachers are not, without a plan. Thank you.
Director Medina.
Thank you. Well, first off, just following up on what Director Flores just stated. I think it'd be cool to like maybe get like maybe semi-annual reports just on any reports of issues and how long it takes to respond. I think that would be good, so we could see kind of how effective that's going on. One question that I did have watching the first presentation is the ability to, I guess, screen record and audio record. Does, I imagine a student missing a class, and if there's a recording available, can they watch it?
Yeah, there is actually an app on the panel that allows just this. And then the recording can be stored to Google Drive and then shared from there. Also, as maybe I can show that. So when we save a whiteboard of that kind, it provides a QR code, which we can actually, the students can just take a picture of this one and then get a link to the actual PDF file with the entire presentation, and that can be shared as well.
Awesome. I did see one of these in action in a biology class at Santa Rosa High School, and I was like, wow, this is really cool. I did also, well, I'm thinking of the future. I imagine maybe 3D modeling and VR might also be able to connect with these in the future.
So it's a flexible platform. As apps are becoming available for the platform, we can install them. Again, we have the mobile device management, we can install it to them. There are some applications, you can probably talk more about this, right? The VR, we had the Google glasses, we were using them for a while. So yes, I would assume that as they become available, we can install them, I guess, right? And then just keep in mind that everything that becomes available on a PC, we can basically mirror it on the device itself. So if we're talking about virtual reality devices, then that would have to be strapped on actually to have the 3D experience. That is going to be different kind of device, I would assume.
And in terms of, I was watching the little thing with the pen, and I'm wondering, like, is there a way to like track like student participation? I think what I read in some of the data was that you could have like up to 4 students connect to it at a
Correct, yes.
time. And is there a way to track student participation where then teachers can ensure that all students are participating throughout the year in the class?
I am not sure we have that kind of capability. This is a device that receives, input from us. However, and I'm glad both of them use the ClassLink platform to log into the apps that they have for the students. Students, actually, the first page they see on their Chromebook when they use a Chromebook, they see the ClassLink. The ClassLink is a portal that provides single sign-on, but provides more than that. It also enables us to distribute licenses to the students based on how many licenses we purchase, right? And with this platform, ClassLink, there are analytics. We can tell when they use the different applications, what sites have used them more, and then maybe we can corroborate them with the achievement, the different sites in different areas. That might be one option. And also there are different apps, different applications, different programs that actually they have their own built-in analytics and we can actually pull those reports from the websites of the specific vendor.
And are these meant to replace projectors that already exist? I'm just curious what's going to happen to all that equipment that's already there.
So just to add to that analytics piece, in the ClassLink, each teacher also has their rostering of their students, and they can actually go into ClassLink in that analytics piece themselves and see how active each student has been in various platforms that they're using within the class. So the teacher can gauge a level of engagement in that way if they're using that ClassLink piece.
I'm sorry, so what was the other question?
Oh, all the existing equipment, like in terms of projectors and all that, are these totally replacing those? Or what's
Yes,
happening with that?
There will be a phase out process, right? For the class, that's why I was demonstrating that a little bit there of the legacy kind of a classroom technology, right? We understand that, teachers adapt at different rates, to new technology. Ideally, we would use iPads and there would be all wireless projection, right? Well, some teachers are so used to using their document cameras, we cannot take that one away because it's a valuable instructional tool in their hands, right? So as we progress, yes, we will start replacing more and more of these devices. Projectors are on our list to replace because they consume bulbs, right? So they're costing us money to maintain them. Plus, they're hard to maintain. We're having people up on ladders. We have to think of the few people that we have. We're trying to protect them. So yes, it will be a phase out of the old type of technology.
I do have a lot of other questions, but I don't know if there's more to the presentation that's coming. I have questions on the topic of empowering student learning through technology, not just this, but I don't know if there's more presentation coming or.
Right now, this is the presentation. I forgot to mention, and I didn't want to connect it. We have the voice amplification system. The board is familiar with it because that's the one we're using at the hybrid board meetings. So it basically has a microphone for the teacher. Has a lanyard, right? And there's a student microphone. The teacher can control the volume for both microphones. And it's not the business we have with the board meetings where one microphone cuts the other one. So they're both active all the time. So plus this voice amplification systems, they have audio out for to enable us to connect devices for students deaf or hard of hearing. And there are applications in case there are more than one that we can actually connect to them. This depends on the classroom setup if there are more than one. So we have that option there. Plus, there's another interesting aspect with this voice amplification systems. We can actually add them. I'm not sure you remember during the COVID times, we were trying to get the voice of the people joining the Zooms into the classroom and then of the ones that were in the classroom out to the ones that were attending online. So with this system, we can easily just connect them either to the computer or we can actually connect the extra mic. We can connect it to the board itself.
I guess just on this issue, professional development, I think I heard 130 people have been trained. Do we have timeline as to when everyone will be trained and adoption of actual use?
So right now, we conducted training in 8 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 1 high school. I'm going to bring another board to the item for the rest of the schools, probably in June. So we're looking actually at installing these devices over the summer break, right? We need to use this time. And then we're going to be offering initially sort of, what do you call it? An open house kind of an environment where we have different stations where teachers can come and take different, be exposed to different methods, basically workflows, right? As you have seen, different teachers, they have different ways of working with them, but we kind of identified 3 main ones. So you have using the whiteboard itself, using a device like an iPad, doing wireless projection straight to the board, and the touchback type of wireless projection with the Macs and the PCs. And then, I mean, you can see the sky is the limit for the teachers. They can do whatever they want, with this. We were just enabling them to use them. So as far as training is concerned, it's going to continue in the new school year. It's still to be determined what shape and form that's going to be taking.
Does someone else want to ask questions or should I continue?
I see a couple of other hands up, and then we can come back to you, Director Medina, if that's okay. I see Director De La Torre's hand, Director Bowie, and Director De La Cruz.
Thank you for your presentation. Sorry, my apologies for being the new kid on the block, but I'm curious as to what our commitment is to this technology and what the potential lifespan is to ensure we are getting the most value out of our investment. Technology is a very high ticket item, and unfortunately, as we've all seen, usually as soon as you buy it, it's outdated and there's something new readily available. So from your perspective, what's our district's vision and how long will we be using this to ensure we get our investments worth out of it?
To start with, the warranty times on this one is 5 years, right? So they're expected to be supported at least 10 years, sorry, 5 years, at least 5 years, right? 5 year, right now, we're looking at the hardware replacement for all the other devices, Chromebooks, laptops, iPads, we're looking at 4-year replacement plan. This exceeds that. And there is an expansion capability for these devices, right? As you notice, I punched that screen, it doesn't collapse, right? So that part is gonna still be there, right? So there are modules that we can replace in time, right? So we don't have to buy the board all together again, right? We could just insert another module with an upgrade. And for the period of the 5 years while it's under warranty, we get updates for the software. That's the beauty of having, a smart device. And then if, at the end of the 5 years, we find ourselves in a situation, okay, now we need to upgrade the hardware, we can do it in a modular way. Also, there are options. We can actually switch the platform. Right now, it runs on an Android, modified Android operating system. But it has a slot where we can actually insert a PC in there. So we have these kind of options.
And how long have these boards been available and in use?
How long?
Yeah, like in general, have they been available long enough for us to have a general idea of how long they'll last? And
Well, we have the experience. JC is actually using the same boards. Well, they're having the Windows module, right? So they had them for over 5 years, I think. So, and then we do, drawing the experience of other school districts that are using them as well. So they last. And we just started using them. Yeah,
so for this particular board, do we know how long it's been around? How long others have used it?
In
general, what do we know about the sport? So my
general.
reference is 15 years ago, the smart board was all the rage that was introduced. That was the new and improved.
Right.
At that time, it was $2,500 per board. Those were collecting dust within 3 years. That's what my concerns are. So what these are, how long they've been around, do we have an idea yet of how long they may last? And if this is above and beyond for our students and their growth, what that investment might have to continue to look like to keep these things going?
Well, they're fairly recent. I don't know the exact production date, right? And there's no new model that would be replacing this. So this tells me there still have some legs in them, right? Again, I do not think we will have to replace the board, the entire board. So if there is the case for an upgrade, it's not going to be the case to upgrade the entire device, right? We can just upgrade the modules, and that could be, at a lower cost. I would say 5 years. We can stretch them maybe for 7. I would assume, but this is just a guess right now. And I think it's a good life for this. And then if we're just replacing the modules, then we can get another 4 or 5 years from the new model. So we could be having them in the classrooms for a long time.
Thank you for the time. It's important questions to ask because we want to make sure it's something that's sustainable. It's one of the issues of going out and buying the new toy. It's cool and it's amazing and everyone loves it, but is it something that's sustainable and the kids can continue to grow with?
So I did a lot of research on this before I even said, okay, let's go with it. And then I'm seeing actually convergence. The many vendors that I looked at, right? They're all kind of going towards the same kind of a system there. So at this point, I was looking at actually even the interfaces for some of them are just so similar. It feels like everybody's shopping in the same place wherever they're shopping, right? For the different solutions. So, and then the expectation is that this development is going to continue, obviously, right? But it is not going to be like something revolutionary that is going to be happening in the next 5 years. And then As you can see that, teachers have so much flexibility to use these ones. I don't think they will be accumulating dust if that is a concern. And I think they're pretty well received so far from what we have seen.
Thank you. Next is Director Bowie.
I love these. I honestly want one for myself. But the only concern I had was like with the size, just thinking about like the classrooms I have in high school, I don't think it would fit anywhere, especially since I understand it might be a lot easier in like middle school settings or elementary, knowing that the student ratio might be a lot smaller. But in some of these classrooms, it's like there's barely even any room to walk. So I'm wondering like how will it fit in all the other classrooms?
So yeah, this is a concern. And there are some classrooms that will not fit this in on the carts. So for this kind of unique situations, we are considering mounting them on walls. However, this is quite a process. So every time we're using bond money, we need to attach stuff to walls. We have to get an architect involved, and then they design the plans. We have to take them to the DSA for approval. We're looking at I don't know how many months just to get the approval and then get the project started. So we could be looking down the road maybe 1 year just to have them installed, right? The idea for now is to saturate the classrooms with as many devices of the same kind, so we can start developing a standard, so that we can now district-wide can speak the same language. We're using the same type of devices, right? That's going to build a culture of innovation and sharing among teachers. That's what our expectation is.
And then are you thinking of any alternatives for this, for maybe the classrooms that don't have the sizes?
Yeah, so actually I have a unit for me. For example, if there are classrooms that there's no way we can put and I know a few at Maria Carrillo, we cannot put a board even on a wall. It's just that the space is so limited. So we can consider projectors still, and then we can to maintain that this part of interactivity. There we can attach, it's called a view board box. We can attach it to it. And then there's an app actually that brings technically the touch part. It can bring it to your laptop. So now you can be using your laptop to do the touch part you would be doing with for the whiteboard app, for example, right? And to control the device, even the projector, turn it on and off, right? So there are some options of that kind. And there's another one that we were looking at that is more for for conference rooms, where we can basically have this device. It's called a button, right? So you have the button, and then you program the button to the. Actually, I have it with me here. If somebody wants to try it, you program the button to the board itself, and then you have people coming over. It doesn't matter what device, what PC or Mac they bring. If it has a USB drive, you just insert it, and then they push the button, and there's the wireless projection right from it.
Thank you. Trustee De La Cruz and then Trustee Flores.
Thank you so much. I want to give a special shout out to the teachers who showed us how you guys are using it. And so my question is a little bit around that. To what extent is this system really designed with teachers rather than for teachers? So if you could talk a little bit about what the process was and kind of setting these up and developing the insides of them. And then kind of next to that question is, what does PD look like and how are we supporting the folks who feel comfortable using this? And I'm curious about kind of saturation of use at this stage, if we have any data on kind of who's using this every day.
Yeah, I'll take the part about professional development. So with the total number of devices we have out right now, it's, I think, running at what, 195, right around there. The elementary schools, I met with almost every teacher at all elementary schools, except for the one who had paid for their own in-house person to do their trainings. So I met with almost all of them one-on-one in my travels around the district. At one school site, we did it in by grade level because they happen to have grade level release days. At the two middle schools, Comstock and Santa Rosa Middle, we offered prep period training sessions.
I briefly saw Brett because Brett was like, I've got this. All I need is a few quick questions asked. So those teachers who were ready to rock and roll just grabbed the questions they needed and took off. And then those who wanted for a full hour of time then stayed for a full hour of time. And we took them through as much as we could. And then I've been going back and revisiting all of those people. And then I did the same thing at Ridgeway High School. So I was able to serve the teachers at Ridgeway High School during that time frames as well. The fall will be a little bit trickier, although we're more secondary schools at the fall, and secondary schools allow some prep period time for people who want to do that. And for people who want to be in a small group, then we can offer that for secondary as well. But we'd also are looking at some ideas in trying to put together some sessions before school starts, because part of the intent is to have the boards ready for teachers when they get there in August. Not ready because they've lost access to what they're used to using. That equipment would definitely still be there, because we don't want to like go, oh, we're taking this and leaving this and, have at it. But for those people who do walk in August and want to jump in and go for it, we want to provide them with some support before they walk in their classroom door, if that's what they choose to have. So we're still kind of working out some details for that to see what we can provide and what dates we can choose to offer those kind of sessions, and hopefully pull in some of our other teacher experts that we now have developed over the last couple of months to support that as well.
As far as analytics, and I think this is the question Omar was asking as well, there are no very specific analytics on the board itself. However, there are logs, right? It can tell you when was it turned on, when it was turned off. I'm looking at them, and then if the broadcasting was sent. So there are some, but they're not as in depth as we would like to actually draw some conclusions of usage, right? So, but this is actually it's got some reports too, but and we're still learning. So from what I'm seeing so far, I don't think we can get that kind of granular data.
Yeah, and I guess I'm less concerned about kind of like compliance as I am with, working with teachers to make sure that this is useful, right, for them and that they're getting what they need out of it. And so just, is there like a kind of a teacher committee that's working with the rollout of this? Is there some way that they're able to tell you more about, no, I need specific training on this piece of it? Or like, what is the kind of co-creation of both the training as well as the rollout?
We are thinking of different models, right? And then we'll have to run it through the Classroom Technology Advisory Committee, along with some other aspects, right? So we don't know for sure exactly what is going to be looking like. There is some conversation, different people propose different ideas, maybe have some lead text per school, and we can use a trainer model. But there's nothing right now that we can say we can put our finger on it. This is it. This is exactly how we're going to be doing it.
So I just want to notice that the two most important people, I think, in this conversation are the teachers. And I noticed you guys haven't said anything yet. So I want to make sure that we're creating some space to hear kind of what you need and what you might need from this board as we roll out this really cool, exciting new equipment.
Thank you, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Actually, also just, Mr. Medina, just to speak back to yours when you were asking about that student engagement. The boards are great, but it's still a lot of the software that we used previously. We're just able to use it with the board. So for example, Jamboard, I can see engagement because actually you couldn't see it because I didn't have any other students on, but every student who's participating has a little bubble next to whatever they're doing. So when I'm watching it in class, there's 20 little bubbles moving around the screen with each of the little sticky notes showing me what to do. So if there's someone who's not doing anything, I can kind of identify and say, hey, are you stuck or anything like that? But when it comes to the rollout, I appreciate that I got as much training as I did. Unfortunately, I didn't have a prep period when we were at Comstock because I teach all 6 periods. So I was able to just get what I hoped was the nuts and bolts. And then, like Julie, like you said, this is a great technology just to kind of engage with. So I spent a lot of time on my own just trying to figure out how it works. But really, again, it's an extension for me of my computer. And so as long as I continue to get the professional development for myself on what I can do technology-wise, I can just propel that onto the screen, which just increases the engagement. It is not necessarily different in some ways than a projector in that I could have done this as a projector, but now you're just adding all those other layers of the student engagement of being able to draw on it or being able to highlight something or things like that. That's
Thank
for at
you.
least myself.
As for me, I really appreciated Linda coming in, showing me how to use it. I was definitely not using it right to start with. And I feel like I've learned a lot of the basics, but I know there's still a ton more to learn on it. And I'm hoping to have like more training for it. Yeah. So.
Thank you. Thank you both so much for coming tonight.
Yeah, and I also add to that is that it's ongoing. Every time I go back and talk to another teacher, they're ready for that next piece. So it's definitely one of those training models where if we gave you the entire cake all at once, you would not be able to eat it all. So we're giving them a slice at a time. And then when they're ready for that next jump, meeting them where they are and definitely going at the pace that they need to go at. So we want them to be comfortable with it and we want them to grow with it for sure.
And also to add, this is the importance of standardizing on a type of device, right? Because as you can see, we can now share workflows. Hey, this works for me, this works for me. I've seen this one in other classrooms. So it's a lot easier rather than just picking and choosing on different bits of technology.
Thank you. Next is Director Sheffield.
I just wanted to go back to the lifespan of the product issue that Trustee De La Torre had brought up. And, I know that it's our goal to try to stay ahead of technology in the classroom. We definitely want to be on top of that because it's better for our students. I'm wondering, Adrian, if you can share with us maybe what the average lifespan of technology, a product like this is for the district or for the classroom.
I would say for this one specifically is going to be 7 to 8 years.
Okay. And this one has a warranty of 5, is that right? And we can
Warranty of
stretch it.
5, but we usually stretch the dollar
Yeah.
as much as we can.
And then as Trustee De La Torre brought up, then it's kind of obsolete anyways in the classroom. It's a big investment, but it's investment in our kids in the present, in the now.
So I just want to stress this, that there's so much flexibility to this, right?
Yeah.
If and that there's a variety of way we can use it, right? So even if we, let's say, I don't know, where wireless goes out of fashion for whatever reason, right? There is still the big long HDMI cable. So this is still a useful device, right?
Yeah.
Because I can still connect my computer even if and then this is also something we stress with teachers. Hey, you can use as much or as little of this one as you feel comfortable at this time. We're expecting that with training, they would be getting more adept and then they would be wanting to do more stuff. But this is one thing we had in mind. We want something that provides so much flexibility that everybody can get something out of it, right?
Yeah.
I'm not an industry expert to make predictions where exactly these are going to be going, right? But I think we have a platform right now that's going to last us for a good long time. And again, I'm pointing that thing again. It's modular, right? So we can expand bits of it, right? The touch part of it is going to still be the same. It's not going to be going bad, right? So then we can kind of upgrade them in the back end there, and we can attach if there's a new device that shows up. We have all these input types, available to us, so we can attach a Chromebook, for example, right now. Even a Mac if I want to, right? So there are options.
Yeah, it sounds like, for us, we want the guarantee of no buyer's remorse, but it sounds like it's very versatile and it's going to be, at least projected to be relevant for the next 5+ years. So thank you. And thank you for the presentation, you guys. And I have seen this in the classroom. It's really impressive.
Thank you. Are there other board member questions at this time? Director Medina?
Thank you. So when I saw the agenda item, empowering student learning through technology, immediately I got excited because I'm like, ooh, maybe we're talking about AI. That is really something that I think we do need to talk about in the CTEC. I'm using it just about every day. I see how powerful it can be, and I know that students are probably going to be likely using it. And I think that we need to have policies and protocols around how it's used to prevent cheating, but also to ensure that it's used as an effective tool. Because I think it's so powerful, but we need to be able to ensure that we teach our students to critically think and know how to use it effectively, to ask questions. I've seen what's been presented by Khan Academy with Conmigo and their beta. I'm just like, wow, this could be such a powerful tool for teachers. So I'm just hoping that that discussion is happening somewhere, because I think it's something that's just growing so rapidly and so quickly and developing so fast, and we need to be on top of it, because our students are going to be using it somehow, and we need to make sure that we're prepared. And then again, it's so powerful if used properly and adequately. And aside from that, in terms of technologies, another thing that I'm really, really concerned about based on some of the observations that I've had is cell phones in the classrooms and how disruptive they're becoming, and how big of an issue. I think from my observation, teachers are sometimes just giving up and even trying to deal with that, but that's another technology that's there in a completely different way, that I think we need to find a way to tackle. So that's all I gotta say.
I'll tell you one that you didn't mention, but cybersecurity is what keeps me up at night.
I did think about that as you were presenting. I'm like, if I were a kid and I was mischievous, I'd find a way to hack that and do something.
No,
just
I hacked.
prank.
Director Flores.
Yeah, I think we're spending way too much time on this, but I got to tell you that as we move to one-on-one technology or one-on-one Chromebooks throughout the district, right? One of the things that I've noticed in other districts is the student part of it, right? Broken Chromebooks, no chargers. They forget to charge. I mean, they don't forget to charge their phones, but they forget to charge the Chromebook, right? This constant, right, sort of thing that you see in the classroom. So this is not a question. This is an ask that we have a system in place to address that, because there's nothing more bothersome to a teacher or an educator that you have a great plan, a great lesson plan, and then nothing's charged. Okay, so that's one of the things that I've noticed in other schools. So I just want to say that we have that. Then the question I have is regarding bandwidth, right? So I noticed in Superintendent Stranell presentation, she talked about dark fiber. Is that enough to make sure that we have the connectivity and the bandwidth for when we have not just one classroom but multiple classrooms in the same hub?
Okay. Number one, thank you for the observation about the churn with the Chromebooks. It's tremendous. It's tremendous. Puts a great pressure on our team, and I'm very thankful that I have such a good team, right? And we do have a plan in place. Every time a student breaks up a Chromebook, we have enough available for them in the library. They just go pick one up right away, right? We're working on some charging stations because we understand that that's an issue as well. And then we're working on a model where the SciTechs are available in libraries around the charging stations, so then the student can get support while they're charging their Chromebooks there, right? So that's part number one. And again, this is a conversation to have in the Classroom Technology Advisory Committee. The one-to-one model for students kind of came on us during the COVID. It was not a conscious choice. Yeah, let's do this, right? We decided we had to do it, right? So we're continuing this, and we're continuing it for good reasons, because now it kind of became the de facto model, and then we everybody's using them, right? So, but it does cost a lot of money. So we have to be very careful how we address the situation, how we can figure out funding to, continue this with a 4-year replacement plan. And let me tell you, we do need a 4-year replacement plan, seeing how many are getting broken. And we cannot fix them fast enough. For now, it's just that we had enough inventory, and then we now have a bulk of them that we would like to send to be fixed in one shot. Because my team of 8 people, we cannot fix 2,500 Chromebooks. I mean, this is over a year, but it's a number, right? As far as bandwidth goes, yes, dark fiber, it really frees us, right? Because right now, before dark fiber, we had a contract with AT&T. There were different type of the circuits, they were called ASC circuits. So then we basically bought bandwidth. Like we had 0.5 gigabits per second for elementary schools, and then we had 1 gigabit per second for the middle and high, and then we had for the district office were 5 gigabits per second. And then we have the secondary location. We actually upgraded that link there to 5 as well. Well, with the dark fiber, it doesn't matter. So if my network equipment can put, 100 gigabits per second, that's how much I put on that one. So the bandwidth is just wide open to me right now. It's just a question of us upgrading the networking equipment to provide this kind of bandwidth to the end user. And also the wireless right now, it's in between worlds. So there is the 5E standard, the 6E standard, which not many devices are actually equipped with the chips to use them, at least in our inventory, right? So, and I'm watching the market. I'm not sure I'm seeing a lot of people really moving there that fast, at least in the educational realm, right? So, but I think we still need to do this upgrade, because now we're seeing coverage issues with them because we have so many devices that we're supporting. So, and we're planning to upgrade the wireless network probably next year. Hopefully we can fund it through E-rate to just pay 40% or 20% how much we pay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board member questions at this time? Okay, we will move on to public comment. Our first public comment here in the chambers is from Catherine Howell.
Good evening. Thank you. I actually had one of these in my classroom back in 2019, believe it or not. I think I was picked to see how well it worked for someone who didn't really know what they were doing. But it does have a pretty steep learning curve. I learned a lot about it. I was lucky enough to have it in my classroom during my hybrid teaching in April and May of 2021. So that was exciting. But I do have an issue with the idea that we could train everyone during their prep period. It needs to be more robust than that. It needs to be paid. Contractually, our prep periods are not for training and should not be used for that, or set a precedent that is an appropriate time for training on something as important as this and integral to all of our teachers and their delivery of their curriculum. So I will ask that part of the plan be a robust training process that happens outside of the school day. And I know Linda's not going to be happy about that, but lots of nights and evenings there, but after school, prep periods just are not the appropriate time to expect teachers to give up what little prep they have, especially at the elementary level when it's only 2 hours per week, to give that time up in order to do something that is really mandatory that they learn how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Next, we will move on to our remote attendees.
If there are members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E1 only, please raise your hand at this time. And our first speaker is Shelby Pryor.
I'm very interested in the fact that this technology is being applied in the classrooms. I think it's interesting that we're going to teach our children how to use programs that hopefully will help defend them in the future when people make false statements. It's interesting also that through this technology, it will also hopefully be a portal so that parents can make sure that you're teaching their children PG related material that has nothing to do with your agendas of trying to talk about people's orientation. Children do not need the access to this technology other than to compete with the rest of the world. The ideologies that you guys are currently pushing, hopefully this will allow transparency for the parents to be able to observe in live time exactly what you're teaching our children and make sure that you're holding to the same standards that you try to ask of us while we comment to you here. We want to make sure that the PG material that they are being handed has nothing to do with sexual identity. So hopefully this technology can go ahead and add to that. I also would like to add to the fact that it could, again, show the usage of what each one of these individuals are doing, and we could go ahead and teach them how to hold accountability for when they veer off the path. I think that we have come to a place where the political theater and the stuff that you got going on will now become more transparent as our kids become smarter and hold you accountable for the nonsense that you teach them. This technology with AI will actually stunt them a little bit because AI is taking its place of the creativity that most people lack. I think that right now, all those smirks that are on your face will go away once people learn how to use this technology. Also, I appreciate every single thing that you guys do, even the comedy that you try to present. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adina Flores.
I'm so excited the board is discussing the necessity of technology for students. I'm very grateful for Mr. Bika, his advocacy and support of these endeavors. Technology can be life-changing. The timer you guys are using currently, I set that up. I was the only one in the district who knew how. The board software you're using, Simbly, I actually pitched that in my interview and set that up for the entire district as well. Technology such as Wayback Machine allowed me to screenshot Mr. Sheffield's archives of his Twitter handle, which he just publicly admitted that he lied about, which confirms my defamation case. Technology such as Zoom allows me to see that Mr. Sheffield left the room as soon as Mr. Pryor, my fiance, attempted to speak. And also his attempt to make a display of a raccoon mask. Technology such as the internet has allowed me to complete my small claims court paperwork in which no attorney may be used for this defamation case, in which Mr. Sheffield and I will be joining each other. Technology such as email allows me to request records showing many of you have publicly degraded me, and which will be shown in my next article in the California Globe. Every single text message. Cellular technology has allowed me to dial the police as I survived 4 years of domestic battery, which some of you, such as Mr. Sheffield and Indivisible Petaluma, find comical. Technology, again, such as Zoom, allows me to see that individuals such as Superintendent Trunell, who promote equity, know that each and every one of the individuals mentioned are lying, berating me publicly and violating the law and allowing me to be treated as such. Thank you so much for your time. You've seen Mr. Pryor mad, not myself. For your reference, I am now mad. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brittany Engel Affronte.
Hi, I'm a special education teacher over at Marie Creo High School. And I just want to say, Mr. Bika had acknowledged that Marie Creo has some small classrooms, and all of those classrooms are our special education rooms. Mine is the size of a broom closet. I love this technology. I really want that technology in my classroom. I know that being on a cart is not possible. I don't want to speak for anyone else in my department about what they want, but I would like to ensure that I'm able to get access to that. I understand that, as he was saying, we're going to need to have architects and it's going to take work, but I just want to make sure that our SPED population is not being denied access to technology because it's going to cost the district more money to create the same opportunities that other classrooms are getting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deanna Alvarez.
Hi, Superintendent Trinnell and board. This technology is pretty exciting, but I want to stress that all classrooms do not have the same needs. And these policies should be flexible, and they should be there, and all the teachers should have access to them. But I don't think teachers should be forced to have this technology. I see on the documents that everything's labeled, LCAP goal 1, LCAP goal 2, LCAP goal 3. And I feel like this is kind of like word salad, like you have the money to use it, so you're going to use it. But I think it's a huge waste that you're going to put it in every classroom and assume that every teacher is going to use it. Some teachers are not going to use it. Some teachers don't need it. Some teachers don't want, technology is hard for them and they rather have pen on paper or human contact, and they should be able to teach how they want. And I just fear that this is going to be another added stress with a huge dollar amount, and it's going to open up a whole nother can of worms. I think that if teachers want this, they should definitely have access to it. And then again, I worry about, all the schools are on solar. So what happens when the Wi-Fi goes down? What if teachers start to be depending on this technology, and then all of a sudden they don't have access to it? What happens when the PG&E goes out because it's really hot and the fires, or we have rain or stuff like that? I mean, what happens if they're really too dependent on it? And I think that not all teachers have been asked. I'm not sure who the committee is comprised about, but I give gratitude to the 2 teachers that did show up today, but I think that all staff and teachers need to be asked, not just a selective few.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ashley Bell.
Good evening, Ashley Bell, Santa Rosa High School. I was calling in just to talk about a few things. One, not every teacher in our district has an iPad. I think that's the intention, is that we all do, but we don't all, at least not in my experience anecdotally at Santa Rosa High School. I also agree that the one size fits all model doesn't work anywhere in education, and that includes putting a humongous cart in every classroom. It's just not going to fit. And that might mean we have to be more creative. I know a colleague of mine has recommended that we do 75-inch smart TVs in classrooms instead, ones that are lighter and easier to mount, and that could maybe fit in some of these classrooms that don't have the space for the cart. And I hope that we can consider those creative options as well. I want to reiterate what President Howell said. Prep time is not the time to train teachers. It's not the appropriate time to train teachers, especially for something that's so important. So I really hope that that is sort of struck from the record as being an option for time to train. And I also like to say that AI does not have a place in the classroom. What I'm seeing from classroom teachers is that we want to keep AI as far away from the classroom as possible. We want our students thinking critically on their own, not having AI write their papers for them. So in regards to that comment by Director Medina, I hope what we do is we find ways to prevent AI from getting to the classroom versus introducing it. Thank you.
Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. This comes back to the board for any further discussion or questions. Is there anything that a board member would like to share at this time? Okay, before we close this out and move on, I just want to one more time uplift what's already been said about class sizes. Thank you, Director Bowie, for bringing that up. Just logistics and how we might be able to move forward in creative ways for classrooms that don't have the space for this. So if this comes back to the board with a plan, which I'm assuming it will come back to the board with something, a timeline, something a little bit concrete that we can look at. I would also love to see some of those creative ways that we will do the implementation and adaptation through an equity lens. one of the speakers mentioned SPED. And so when we start talking about our SPED students and their access to this kind of technology or lack thereof, I think we're starting to talk about an equity issue. So I would love to see how we're addressing those issues in the future. Director Medina.
And I think I would also like to maybe get back a plan on the PD part and you know, echoing what President Howe said, having to be a plan where it's not during the prep period, because I think we should all be able to agree on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time this evening and for this wonderful demonstration. And we look forward to learning more about this rollout as we continue to do it. Thank you. Okay, now we are on item E2, update on Child Nutrition Services CNS department. So the board will receive an update regarding the Child Nutrition Services program for the 2022-23 and 23-24 school years. And I will hand this over to Associate Superintendent of Business Services, Lisa Cavan, and Director of Child Nutrition Services, Mr. Ed Burke.
Thank you, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, and our community. I'm going to actually hand this over to Mr. Ed Burke so that he can do his magic.
Hi, thank you very much. I am going to connect my presentation, so this will just take one moment.
Do you need me to? Sorry, some technical difficulties. We'll get this uploaded real quick. I'll be able to display, and in the meantime, we can pass out some samples to you.
Absolutely. So as promised, we brought in some samples for you all to enjoy.
Do members of the public also get to have some samples?
Yes, we set up outside as folks were coming in. We invited them to partake. So we offered whole grain conchas with lower sugar content, which are awesome. So good. They are all the same flavor. However, like all of us, we have a preference towards color of the presentation. The fuchsia ones are just my jam. They're really good. But I get into arguments about it all the time. Like, is it the vanilla looking one? Is it the chocolate looking one? Like, which is the best concha? So I open that up to your discussion.
Director Medina just wanted to remind us that on Wednesdays we wear pink.
I love that. We offered today a roasted red pepper hummus and the esquites that y'all are seeing up there, and of course our conchas. We have deliberately decided to hold back on the conchas, that being because they have been out for too long. No, pardon me. The conchas are available. They are ready to eat. The other items, however, have been out for too long. They're just no longer safe to eat. So we will, of course, schedule another time for y'all to partake. We would love to have you join us. So what I'm going to do as we add in, we'll just do it a cappella. So pardon me. CNS has been up to a lot of really tremendous work this year. We've had tremendous growth, tremendous opportunities, and of course, a tremendous staff that we'd like to celebrate today. We had on our opening slide a picture of us making pizzas from scratch as part of our professional development day, which was amazing. We had conversations about what's a good sauce, what's a good crust, what's the leoparding that we want on the bottom of that pizza. Transitioning into our second slide, we actually had a beautiful picture from during the pandemic when we were handing out bundles in celebration of these words of power that we have been focusing on this year. And those are al puro centavo and poco a poco la gallina se llena el buche. So in our picture, we have two of our staff members, one of whom was here tonight. Thank you, Lisa. This is delightful. So this is our pizzas that we made from scratch during our PD day, which were delightful. There's some room for growth. I thought that we could increase the hydration content, maybe make some adjustments so we get better leoparding. But transitioning, our friend on the left was in the audience this evening, speaking to their needs. And during the pandemic, we handed out bundles, and our team really stepped up in a very unique and challenging way. And they shared with me the words of power. Al puro centavo means to like do your best, to rise the occasion, to just be the best that you can. And our staff here during Halloween showed up in costume. They handed out bundles, they flagged folks down, they rose the occasion to meet a need where that really wasn't available anywhere else. To get to that point, we had to put in a lot of work. There was a lot of effort. And so poco a poco, la gallina se llena el buche means little by little, the rooster stomach is full. So as we make these progress, we are making efforts every day, we get gains every day, and little by little, we will reach that outcome that we desire. And so those two phrases are our words of power this year. We're going to rise the occasion, and we're going to get to those outcomes, even if it takes us a little by little. Next one, please. That's okay. So our goals, pretty straightforward. Number one is going to be staffing. We want to hire and retain a great staff. Our second goal is scratch cooking. And I'm going to talk about scratch cooking all day. We are food nerds, and scratch cooking is at the core of who we are as people. And in support of that, we're going to discuss infrastructure. We're going to discuss nutrition education and taste testings. And last but not least, local procurement. So coming back to staffing, we have a tremendous staff, and we would love to hire more folks. This year was particularly successful in terms of hiring. We brought on 9 staff members, which is great, but we do have 8 positions that directly impact our ability to do scratch cooking. So there's still work to be done. We recently celebrated our school food heroes by having a barbecue at our central kitchen. We had a great time. And we also sent out a haiku to staff. We said, warm meals served every day, cooked with love and care for kids. Grateful hearts we share. And I want to reiterate that again for our staff. We've also have spent some time doing trainings. So this year we had spent a week on food safety certifications for some of our staff. 100% of the staff that attended that training passed that certification. As a stark contrast, about historically, 40 to 60% pass. So that's a tremendous growth. And that really just reflected that our folks needed the little extra support to get through that exam. And exams are tough. We've had other opportunities where we provided training. Our friend Heidi, who called in, came in during spring break to do additional training in our central kitchen to experience additional growth and also to identify like, hey, here are things that you can do today that relate to your next position within the organization, which was tremendous. And so once again, I want to say how tremendously blessed we are for our staff and how grateful they are that they came out tonight. Our next one, and this is arguably my most favorite thing in the world, scratch cooking. Scratch cooking, if we had to give it a byline, a headline that's on a banner, scratch cooking is control. Scratch cooking is deciding what flour you're going to put into that pizza. Scratch cooking is the difference between frasonetta or say a high mountain wheat in terms of that. Still stuck on pizza, I'm thinking about it a lot. Scratch cooking is control. Scratch cooking is, we made this for you. We made this with your feedback. We can make adjustments to the foods that we're serving. And most of all, it is a representation of love and care. When we think about those memories of our childhood, we had a great day or a not great day. What was the thing that you remember? A loved one probably made you a meal that you remember to this day. And we want that same experience for students at school because we have found anecdotally with scratch cooking, there is higher engagement with being in school. And it's also a tremendous creative outlet for our staff as well, because we have a desire to serve really amazing new menu items. This esquites was born out of a question. We need to serve starchy vegetables to students. Consumption is not doing so well. What can we do to meet that need? And our staff came forward and said, like, why not esquites? Like, and we had a whole conversation, butter or mayonnaise. Should we apply both? How do we serve it? What does it look like? So the esquites that y'all have today is a representation of input from staff. The Cotija, that was a real question. We have staff from Cotija who are like, we absolutely insist it has to be Cotija. And I was like, all right, game on. And I'll tell you, I'm so thrilled that they brought that up. The hummus this morning is a passion project for me. If you talk to me for more than 10 minutes, we're talking about hummus. Hummus is I'm going to talk about this nutrition education, but hummus is a gateway vegetable. How many kids say, I don't like vegetables? I'm like, cool, let me give you a dip. And now you're going to eat it with carrots. I got you eating 2 vegetables. Now what? So this is the starting point. We have added staff on. We could do these things. We can start making steps towards our goal, which is to be a world-class dining program. So poco a poco, like Aina say buche, like little by little, we are making those steps. We could wait 5 years to be perfect, or we can make those steps now today. And so with that in mind, I also want to give a shout out to our recipe development team, who recently put me on to a Nashville hot sandwich that we're going to be serving in secondaries. And like a true Nashville hot sandwich, somehow only the back of my neck starts to sweat. And it is perfect. It is absolutely delightful. And I cannot wait to share that with students. So next slide, please. Our next position is going to be infrastructure to support the thousands of meals that we serve every day. We're going to need equipment. One of the biggest things that we're going to be doing as an act of love for our staff is dishwashing machines at our secondary schools. Dishwashing machines and scratch cooking are a job creator. We can start washing dishes more effectively. We can start making dishes more effectively. As we progress, we are going to be investing about $2 million into infrastructure using one-time grants and reserves from the prior school year. And I got to tell you, in the 10 years I've been doing school food, this is probably the most amazing time to be buying infrastructure. There is some really, really cool stuff that's coming across our desk where we really didn't think it was possible a year ago. So this is, lack of a better word, a perfect time to be investing in infrastructure, to be doing some of the really cool stuff that we really want to do. Next one, please. Perfect. And last but not least, well, not last, but arguably one of the more effective things that we do have is nutrition education. When we introduce a new product, there's an immediate question. What is this? Is it okay for me to eat this? Because, you know, when I presented Brussels sprouts for the first time, I said, hey, these are Brussels sprouts. Well, what are Brussels sprouts? I'm like, that's a great question. Why should I eat them? Well, because they're good for you. Well, why? Like, okay. And so the why questions kind of drive us. Why does this taste good? Why does it not taste good? What parts of our brain are being tickled right now? So on our presentation out back, or up front, we asked people to pick up a popsicle stick after they tasted their product and put them into one of 3 containers. Liked it, loved it, not today. And, you know, to kind of normalize that it's okay to say, not really, thank you. I threw a couple in there to not today, so nobody felt like they were the first, that anyone's feelings were going to be hurt. It's an important constructive part of this work that we do. I do want to share a brief story about my prior district. I was chatting with a student who was like, hey, what's that? And I was like, that's zucchini salad. You should try some. And he's like, what do I do if I don't like it? I was like, great question, right? What do I do if I don't like it? So we developed a lesson plan. We're gonna get a napkin, we're gonna make a triangle, we're gonna spit into the triangle, get a glass of water, get that flavor out of our mouth, throw it away, and give me a big old thumbs down. So the student tried it, the zucchini salad, went through that process, gave me a big thumbs down, and you know, we went on with our day. That student became a representative and ambassador. He's at the salad bar going like, try this and spit it out if you don't like it, it's okay. They're not gonna get mad. And that was the scaffolding that we needed to have brave eaters, to have students going like, I don't know what hummus is, but I'm going to try it because I have permission to spit it out and do a thumbs down and no one's going to get mad at me. In fact, we celebrated it. I made his class zucchini cookies and they were mad. So nutrition education is a really important part of this work. Arguably, it's the place where most districts will plateau. They'll make amazing food, but they won't invest in nutrition education. So as we progress into planning our infrastructure, we will also be inviting folks for collaborations. I'd love to be in classrooms or support teachers that are interested in having these nutrition education opportunities that also align with their daily work. there are some pretty wonderful resources that we can connect people with. And of course, like I'm thrilled to hear that there's a garden class. I want to partner up. Let's go. Let's make some stuff. So the nutrition education is a passion project of mine and arguably the most important part. Local procurement. Local procurement is more than just supporting your local farmers. It is supporting folks that attend schools, and our schools are nearby. We want to spend Santa Rosa dollars as close to Santa Rosa as possible. In Fresno Unified, we bought strawberries directly from a farmer. That farmer was able to stay in their spot for about 10 more years. They were concerned year to year they were going to lose their lease. Their students stayed in schools, the same schools. We also had an enlightening conversation about the differences between Chandler strawberries and Albion strawberries, food miles. And really, some of the best strawberries I've ever had was at a farm that was next to a Jack in the Box in Central California, and it was awesome. California tastes amazing, and your kids deserve that. So we have some opportunities this year. Next one, please. So we have some opportunities this year, which will help us build those relationships with local growers and suppliers, as well as infrastructure. So we have been very fortunate. Universal free meals and one-time grant funds from the state have been transformative for our program. Historically, this hasn't been the case, but we now have the funding that we need to do truly amazing things. The barriers that we have at this point is staffing. The barriers that we have are infrastructure. Both of those are solvable. Our funding situation is unique. We are truly in a blessed position. And so to that end, if you don't mind, I would love to invite teachers, community members, local growers. I may not be ready for you yet, but I would love to know your name. I'd love to know what you're up to. I'd love to know what your goals are. I've had several wellness champions forward me grants and say, hey, Ed, what about smoothie bikes? And I was like, you know what? I had no idea that was a thing, but I'm so glad we're talking about it now. So then we asked, like, can I write it to work? And they're like, no. I was fair. Okay. So if you were interested in a collaboration, if you're interested in Common Core aligned lesson plans that also promote nutrition education, I've got some dope resources, holler at me. And like I said, I may not be ready for you now, but I will come back for you. And last but not least, a note of gratitude for partners, for our staff, and everyone that is doing that work. I may not have called you out directly here by name tonight. In my notes, we've listed a number of organizations that we look to for guidance, inspiration, and best practices. And also a little bit of FOMO, like, well, this school district is doing it. I feel like I'm missing out. And therefore, we're going to make some efforts to do that really cool thing too. So with that, I would like to say thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you today. And do you have any questions or comments?
Questions? I see Director Medina's hand, Director De La Cruz.
Yeah, one of the things on the scratch screen, I think that's great, but I am interested in finding out if, as a result, like it's changed enough in the scope of work that we're looking at a potential maybe reclass or spec update on the work of the CNS workers to potentially increase what they get paid for that work. Is that something we're looking into?
I would love that. And also I want to say thank you for the recent reclassification of food worker 2s and food worker 3s to represent the work that they are currently doing in contrast of their job description. But absolutely, as the work changes, so do our staff's responsibilities. And I think that that is an important part, that they are reflected in their job duties and also their compensation of the work that is being done by them. So thank you.
And, I'm sure there's a lot of good work out there, but I have received some complaints from students about wanting better food. And one of the things that one student brought up was salad bars. And I remember when I was in school, there was like salad bars, pasta bars, sandwich bars. Is there that happening anywhere? Any plans of something like that happening again?
Absolutely. And both of the items that we've offered today, the hummus and the esquites, will be offered in salad bars. We are implementing them methodically. We want to provide opportunities for customization of items. So for example, the esquites, one of the first questions that came up was, how do I make this spicy, but not too spicy? And I was like, hey, you know what? If there was a section on the salad bar for salsa or hot sauce or kind of a do-it-yourself model to make it yours. And I think that the one size fits all in terms of food doesn't really work. So salad bars, absolutely. They are in process of being implemented at both elementaries and secondaries. We have and will continue to have them at every school, and taking it to scale, because that opportunity to serve yourself is such a tremendous learning experience, but also satisfying one as well. So yes, absolutely.
And in reading your report, one of the things that stood out was the muffin example.
Oh, yeah.
The 20% decrease when you make muffins from scratch, but that made me think about sugary drinks, and because that was something I definitely struggled with. And I'm wondering, how are we doing in terms of that as a district?
Great question. So for folks that may not have seen it, I did a pretty hefty rant about commercially prepared frozen products and how sugar has hygroscopic properties. So it holds on to moisture, which means it freezes well. So a purchased frozen muffin averages about 20% more sugar than one that we could make ourselves, the impact that it has on students. And to Director Medina's point, or pardon, Vice President Medina's point, sugary beverages, you don't really necessarily feel the sugar like you would if it was a solid product. The California Department of Public Health has a beautiful campaign called Rethink Your Drink, which has a ton of resources, which is another great collaborative opportunity. The only beverages that we serve that have any kind of sugar is fruit juice, and we offer that once a week at elementaries, and even then sparingly so, because it is 100% fruit juice, no added sugar, because we are very thoughtful of the amount of added sugar that is present in our students' meals. Particularly, this is a bit dated, but there was a report that suggested that students that were born in the year 2000, particularly those who are Black or Latino, are at such a heightened risk of developing type 2 diabetes in their lifetime compared to other sample demographics. And that's a consideration that we take with us as we look at the demographics of the students that we serve, and the fact that they may be at higher risk of type 2 diabetes. And that added sugars have an impact, particularly where these are lifelong eating habits. And so the norms that we have in school become the norms that we have in life, and what impact that has on us has a tremendous impact.
My final question was just, in your report, you talked about how fast students move through the lines, and I think Montgomery had like a much higher rate than other schools. Can you talk a little bit about what's being done or how that's going to be improving?
Absolutely. So in my report, we did a comparison with a school district nearby, in which there is less packaging. And so currently, because of staffing constraints, we don't have additional staff available to open multiple points of service. So if you think about it, the Super Bowl serves, I don't want to say millions of meals in minutes, but you also look at how much staff was going into preparing that, how much staff was going to serving that, how many serving locations there are. And so the point that we were making there was to maintain the fact that students at Montgomery High School can have more time to eat, we would need to open more locations to meet that same ratio with fewer plastic. The vision that we have is students coming into us, and instead of picking up a plastic encased meal, let's say a hamburger, someone puts that hamburger on your tray, a compostable tray. You take that tray, you go to the salad bar, you make your own meal. That is the ideal that we are striving towards in terms of our service model. Students have control. There's a person that you're speaking to. Thank you so much. Have a great day. But also the other consideration is if we did that without the additional staff, we would very much run out of time every day during lunch. And so the crux of this is that we need to add more staff so we can add more serving areas. We have models ready to go in which we can roll out on a golf cart or a roll-up cart, or even take over a snack bar to offer one menu item every day. We can do a lot of things, but the barrier that we have is staffing at this point. And so as we add more staff, we add more opportunities for us to serve more meals with less packaging and still maintain that we have time for students to eat, socialize, and engage with their fellow students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director De La Cruz, and then Director De La Torre.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Clark, and for, I think, the really loving focus on culturally responsive food and how it's such a central part of who we are and how people are seen and feel loved is by what they eat and like what they feel like when somebody feeds them. I love the connections between kind of nutrition education and science. I love the climate change co-benefits with, local growers. Do we have any challenges around procurement blockages from like not going to the lowest bidder rather than, and not avoiding any local or like avoiding local preferences?
I love that question. So we do have some avenues available. One particularly is the request for proposal, which, and to be fair, I can spend days talking about this, but I will be brief. And if we'd like additional information, I'm happy to provide that as well. So traditionally, the lowest bidder is the only consideration. It's called an invitation for bid. And there was a time where that was really the model. More recently, there's been an opportunity for us to say, hey, if you're local, we're going to award point considerations that will enable a local vendor who may not have the lowest price, but also will have an opportunity to be competitive. There are other opportunities that we can engage in as well. One of our favorite partnerships is with the California Alliance of Family Farmers. I may have gotten that acronym wrong. I'm so sorry. We just call them CAF. And so they have a tremendous amount of procurement tools because that is historically the hardest part. How do we start, engage, and finish a start to finish contract? That grower of strawberries in Fresno County, for example, that took about 9 months of work to get them from the place that they were to the place where we were picking up strawberries from them. There was a lot of additional work that was necessary, but we felt it was valid and important. We also worked with partners to get through those challenges. I certainly couldn't have done it by myself. And so we had about 4 to 5 organizations at any given time that were providing their level of expertise. We had folks come out to do good agricultural processes so they can get a GAP certification. We had folks come out to talk about insurance obligations. We had folks coming out to help them do their books and determine what their costs are and what their ideal profit margin would be. And the end result was really, really good strawberries. So it's absolutely worth it.
Thank you. I have one more question, really. Actually, 2. So I know we have a number of culinary classes. My rising 7th grader was super excited about the Santa Rosa middle one, but I understand some of those are falling away. So I'm just wondering again, I love the connectivity between, CNS and learning. That makes total sense to me. So I'm just wondering what that continued connectivity looks like. And then my last question is, how does a classroom sign up to be a test kitchen?
That is a great question. So I would say to culinary teachers, come through anytime. I am a former culinary arts teacher. I taught culinary high school in my last district while being a director as well. So blending those two things together. One of the things that we did was sneak peeks on cool projects. And so it was like, hey, if we do good work today, we have a little extra time. Instead of making cookies, why don't we try these esquites that we're making that we're going to serve in school meals? And that was also like the feedback was tremendous because we're having a conversation. The vocabulary may already be there or something we could learn as part of the class. When we made the hummus, we have variations of the same 3 questions. Does it taste salty enough? Is one particular ingredient too forward? Is it bright enough? And our staff have learned what those terms mean. And I'd love to have that conversation with culinary arts students as well, because as we're giving feedback, part of that is what's the vocabulary of food? How do we describe this thing? What is brightness in food? Is it acidic enough? What is salty enough? And so these are tremendous opportunities we'd love to get into. And I have to confess, I've completely forgotten what your second question was. Would you please repeat it?
How does a class sign up to be a test kitchen?
Perfect. Probably the most important question of all. Please shoot me an email and I would love to have a conversation. I will also say as a caveat, I tend to get very excited. And so if students are feeling excited as well, you may have some classroom management issues because we're all just so excited. But
Hummus
just
food
shoot me
fight,
an
is that what
email.
I'm hearing? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Just email me. And like I said, I may not be ready for you yet, but you'll put me on your radar and we will connect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Delatorre, and then Director Sheffield.
Thank you very much for the passionate presentation. Food is a love language in our family as well, so we understand where the passion's coming from. The reality in public schools is some students, it's the only meal available. And we really appreciate the passion you're putting into this. But at the secondary schools, it's often an issue comes up with students of availability. And I'm hearing that's a staffing issue, but what about the students that may be the only meal of the day? And now you're in middle school, now you're in high school, you're a little unsure of yourself to make sure you get in that line, or you're not just pushed to the back of the line because you have such limited time. Do we have any practices in place to ensure those students are getting the meal that they were hoping to get that day?
Absolutely. One of the things that we do is we look at metrics of how fast are we serving lines. And that part of it is like, if there is, say, a 5-minute gap between one meal served and another, we're going to follow up and just say, hey, like, what is the name of the student that's coming in 5 minutes after everybody else? Are they doing okay? Are they worried about lines? Are they anxious around crowds? Like, what's the story there? And I think that a big part of this focus is coming back to how amazing our staff is. When I go to school sites, we don't refer to students as a group. We refer to them by name. They'll be like, well, you know, this student was commenting that they really wanted that. This student said that this was a great idea. And I was like, cool, okay. And are we engaging with folks? So when I visit schools, if someone seems hesitant or they're waiting, I've also observed our staff will approach and be like, hey, what are you looking for? You know, I'm really jazzed about pizza. I'm bummed out that you don't have any in this line. We do have other serving lines available, particularly at secondaries. Come on by, swing through. Come on by, swing through, and we can take care of it. The other thing that we really focus in on is being approachable. Like, our staff will always be like, hey, how are you? What's going on? Some of my favorite student interactions have been things that I've just overheard. So I was at Montgomery and one of our staff members was having a heated debate with a student about how good the new Godzilla movie was going to be. And I was like, what Godzilla movie? And they're like, there's no trailers, but we're just talking about it. And I was like, all right, dope. Like, I love the enthusiasm. So I think that it's a focus that we have. I think that there's always going to be room for growth because having a one-on-one relationship with thousands of students is a difficult thing to do, especially if students have anxieties about approaching us or beginning that conversation, or even beginning from a place where, like, you know, I'm really frustrated this isn't happening. And so to that effect, most recently, we had a conversation with a student at Montgomery who emailed me and said, hey, you know, I want more vegetarian options. We said, cool, I'd love to meet you, have a conversation, build this collaborative relationship. And we normalized it for that entire group of friends. And so the other friends will come in and they'll say, like, hey, you know, this was good, this wasn't good. And it normalizes that for other students as well, because we're role modeling a little bit. We are seeing students going like, you know, I didn't like this hummus today. And I was like, no, thank you for letting me know. There was no frustration or anger or anything that would dissuade students from engaging with us. But I think that as we engage in nutrition education, a big part of that's going to be relationships. That student that in my former district that tried zucchini, I talk to that kid every day. And that's why he asked me, like, what do I do if I don't like it? If I hadn't had that relationship, I wouldn't be able to instruct that student. And I hate to be cliche, but connections before content all day. To that same point, as we go out to schools and we spend more time doing nutrition education, there will be opportunities for us to engage with students and ask, hey, how was your experience? Do you feel like you can talk to your staff? And it's okay if you don't, because we want to see what we can do to be more inviting for you, particularly with food. Sorry, I could talk about this for days, but absolutely, yeah.
Really appreciate it. I consider myself a huge champion of community and community building, and there is no greater tool to build community than food. So we really appreciate the passion you're putting into that. How are you identifying the amount of food to prepare per site? Because obviously you want to ensure that the students on that site are fed, but we don't want to be wasteful if possible.
That's a great point. To that end, nutrition education is also, when we introduce new menu items, we will promote it. We will have conversations where we're like, hey guys, tomorrow at lunch, we're doing Nashville hot. Like, what's that? I was like, it's going to make the back of your neck sweat. Like, come through, try it out. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. I think the greatest risk is when we introduce a new menu item. And to that point, there are some logistical things we have to work out. What if it doesn't work out and we throw it away? And it hurts. But on the other hand, we have opportunities to divert that food. So for example, let's hypothetically, if the esquites are not a bop, if the kids are like, sorry, it's a flop. And Director Bowie, if that's not correct, please correct my slang. Because I understand the bop is good and flop is bad, but if not, like, I will absolutely correct it. So if the esquites are just not working out, kids are like, you know what, this is awful. We don't like this at all. I can also divert that to one of our partners, the Sonoma Food Runners, who will take it to people that are in need. There is a timeline. It's very tight. It's very small. We can't get to everyone or every school, but we can divert as much as we can to folks that will eat it and then make the adjustments as we go. One of the things that our staff is just almost a level of cognition that I can't really get behind, or precognition, is they'll say like, students want this much pizza, this much burgers, and this much stuff, mostly by virtue of what we've experienced in the past. And so offering new menu items can be a bit of a hit and miss situation in terms of how much we prepare. But if there is binary exclusion, too much or too little, we will lean into too much. There are pathways for us to address that. But the cost of not having the thing for the student that was looking forward to that one item is just tremendous and too much. Particularly when we talk a bunch of trash about how great it is and then we don't follow through, that relationship takes a bit of a hit. We're going to have to address that as we discuss it with the student. Like, we made a promise, we didn't come through. That's not a good outcome. So if there's binary exclusion, I'll always go more.
Thank you for the presentation.
Director Sheffield.
Thank you, Director Burke. Always enjoy your presentations. We're still providing meals for all students, and I love that we do that, and I know that many parents do as well. Is this sustainable? Will we continue to be able to provide this going into next year?
Absolutely. One of the things that we were pleasantly surprised about is when we returned to school, there was a dramatic and significant increase in participation on the first day of school. We had food available. To our earlier point, if there is ever a binary exclusion, too much or too little, we will always go too much. And so to that end, this is sustainable. We have added staff members on. We are stable. This sounds a bit of a brag, but in returning from winter break was probably the first time in a long time I've been able to spend time doing the work of a director, of planning ahead and making really big strides towards our goals. And to that end, we have the opportunity now to do more, and that will also be sustainable, because in all things we want to be excellent in our work. But yeah, absolutely sustainable.
A lot of credit to you, definitely, for getting us here. Next question, last question. Back to salad bars. Might we be seeing salad bars rolled out in schools in the fall?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna hold you to it. So you said absolutely?
Absolutely. My friend Salvador will be implementing them at elementary schools, and my friend Devin will be implementing them at secondaries, and I'll be available to do that as a third. So we will be, because it closes the loop. This is your meal now because you put this thing on your plate, and salad bars are tremendous for that effect.
Excellent. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other board member questions? Yes, that was my next ask of the board. We need a motion to extend tonight's meeting.
I move to extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
Okay, a motion was made by Director Flores to extend the meeting until midnight, seconded by Director Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. The meeting has been extended until midnight. And if at this time we don't have any board member questions, we will move on to public comment. I do not have any blue cards for the chambers. So at this time, we will move on to our remote attendees.
If there are any members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E2 only, please raise your hand at this time. We have 2 hands raised. And our first comment is by Shelby Pryor.
So that we don't get this confused, I won't call the gentleman by his first name. Mr. Burke, you are such a great gentleman. I had the honor of meeting you and speaking with you about your knowledge. I think it's great that you're able to bring diversity to the youth and be able to reach their concerns. Now, there are board members there who didn't necessarily care for your fried chicken, but I know people that can most definitely go ahead and hook you up with a better recipe if this individual didn't care for it. They know who they are. I would love to be able to continue to discuss how we can create inclusion. Being that Black History Month is coming up, what kind of dishes can we prepare for students to understand our culture as Black people within the community, being that we're only 2%? I think that even though we're a small percentage, we deserve to be represented, especially in a month that is representative of us. June is coming up and they stole that month from us, but it's perfectly fine. We can go ahead and we can reiterate the fact that the diversity of this would be great for individuals who want to have more options. The fact that you're allowed vegetarian options for those people who do not practice partaking of meat, that is amazing. I think that we're moving in a good direction. Your leadership is lacking when it comes to the board members who have narrow scopes or ideas of what it is about equity and inclusion, being that they don't understand that equal access does not add to equal outcomes for any individual in this world. I could give a gentleman a pen and a paper, doesn't mean that they're going to produce the same amount of work. You've produced so much great work within the community and the youth with the food program that you have put and implemented and used your nutritional skills to make our students healthy. Thank you. Continue to keep doing the good work, and please make sure that you never compromise anything you do.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adina Flores.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I'd like to take a moment to applaud Mr. Burke. I know he has so much passion behind what he does. He is an amazing asset to the district. He's extremely creative, knowledgeable, and he loves what he does. So I'm very blessed that he is with the district. That being said, there is such a tremendous importance with nutrition. It is a key driver in many cultures and especially religion. For myself, as somebody who is an Asian woman, I don't feel that this board considers equity. We follow a lot of political narratives based on what we're trying to push in our own communities to indoctrinate them, but you have no regard for my culture. My grandmother just turned 91 years old and joined the board herself because she's eaten healthy her entire life as somebody who was thrown into an internment camp that they don't talk about because she's not white. So when we talk about equity, let's embrace culture and religion and respect my civil rights as well. I've continued to show over and over the laws that are being violated. And yes, this topic is about food, but food is at the crux of religion. And it's also at the crux of culture, and this is being disregarded. So I ask you to reflect on your decisions at an even higher level than just the basis of this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. This is a discussion item, so this comes back to the board for any further discussion. Are there any further comments on this item? Okay. Thank you so much for that update and for all of your work and for the yummy treats. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
At this time, we'll move on to item E3. This is an action item. Form a board subcommittee in relationship with the city of Santa Rosa. The board will consider forming a board subcommittee with the city of Santa Rosa focused on relationship building and safety and security. And I'm actually going to pass this over to Director Medina. At the last regular board meeting, we kind of rushed over some of the impetus for creating this committee. So I will pass it on to him for a little bit more context.
Thank you, President Manieri. So as I stated last meeting, I took the initiative to reach out to Mayor Natalie Rogers to set up a meeting and discuss how we could collaborate further in terms of addressing school safety and just a collaboration with the city as a whole, given that I feel that safety of our students and our children and our community is something that we all must work on together. I met with her as well as Council Member Eddie Alvarez. We kind of decided that we would collectively form a committee of 3 of our board members and 3 of their board members to look at these issues. We started with the conversation as to where the issue of SROs had ended. I gave her the background as to where this board had kind of ended the conversation in December of 2020 with a letter to the city manager indicating what our ad hoc committee had suggested, that we potentially look at keeping SROs with modifications and having that discussion. So we talked about continuing some of that discussion, what were some of the concerns, as well as looking at other issues that we could talk about as it relates to safety and the welfare of our students. So the goal of this is to form that committee. I would love to serve on the committee myself, and I really would recommend Director De La Cruz, as well as Director Sheffield, to also be members of that committee, because they're the 2 members of the board that served on that ad hoc back then, that have that knowledge and experience, that could bring that to the conversation, because I think that's going to be essential to continuing the dialogue that we had then and to really addressing a lot of the issues that were brought forth from the ad hoc committee. And once the committee is established and we start having conversations, then we'll look at who else can be brought into the discussion, to what other issues we might need to address. Most significantly, I'm interested in seeing what the city could do in terms of providing funding on a lot of the needs that we collectively have. But it's up to you, President Manieri, as the president, to decide who gets to serve on the committee.
Thank you, Director Medina. This is an opportunity for board members to also ask questions about this subcommittee. We might not have all the answers, but this is a time to kind of think through maybe some questions that we might have. Are there any board member questions? Director De La Torre?
I think the subcommittee would be a good idea, especially working with city council and the overall collective efforts. I think perhaps it should be discussed further on who may be on that subcommittee, and ensuring you're having current perspective and not just past perspective brought to that conversation, because a lot of things have happened over the last 2.5 years since those discussions were last had. So just making sure we're best prepared to answer all the questions that city council may have, so that we can work collectively to help bring safety to campuses and throughout the community.
I think the other thing that I would add is that I think once whoever's part of the committee comes together, we'll kind of like collectively decide on what the goals are, what we're going to look at, what type of information we'll need, what other input we're going to need. And I think that'll be decided collectively, and we'll figure out ways how to do that. So I think there'll be further opportunities to bring more input, but we have to work together on that. And that starts with being who's on it.
I would like to get to the point of this item where we can have discussion, and I'd love to hear. I know you expressed interest in the past, Director De La Torre, of potentially being a part of this subcommittee. So I'd like to get to that point where we're having a discussion. But before we do that, we want to ask questions and allow for public comment. So at this time, do we have any more questions from the board before we move to public comment? Okay, so we will move on to public comment at this time. I do not have any blue cards in front of me, so we will move on to our remote attendees.
If there are any members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E3 only, please raise your hand at this time. And our first speaker is Adina Flores.
Good evening, board. I'd like clarification on this matter with school safety because essentially the entire board has stated that you didn't vote to remove SROs. However, the resolution approved by the Democratic chapter for the County of Sonoma stated, whereas in the wake of the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests, Santa Rosa City School Board members voted to terminate the use of SROs, school resource officers, on public school properties under the grounds of excessive use of juvenile policing. So being that the Democratic Party who endorsed each of you published a resolution saying you voted to do this, but all of you publicly denied this, I'd love clarification because if the chapter is not accurately representing you, that also speaks of your negligence when talking about correspondence.
Point of
that has been published.
order, President Manieri, the topic is the creation of a committee. The topic's not SROs.
Thank you for that point of order, Director Medina. Ms. Flores, if you would like to continue, please have your comment be relevant to the topic at hand right now.
Well, of course, the SROs tie into public safety, but to continue this conversation, I just find it interesting, again, that this board, as indicated in one of the text messages I'm publishing, had an entire text message thread, which they were upset that Mr. Pryor was not being arrested because he knows the law, AKA the civil
Sorry,
code.
Ms. Flores, one more time, otherwise we will have to terminate your public comment. The topic is the creation of a subcommittee. So if you would like to continue one more time, please continue with your relevant comment.
Okay, well, this is relevant when we talk about a higher level issue. So I think when we're creating a subcommittee, we need to address how we got here and why. Because being that I work for the media, I know the bias and it's complete lies at this point, which I can prove over and over and over and over again. But of course, we'll see each other in court. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Good luck trying to block me when we're talking about this issue. This issue is very simple. No one there is qualified, not Ms. De La Cruz, not Ms. Manieri, who's never had any police involvement, nor Omar Medina, who has a bias towards the police. I also don't know Mr. De La Torre, but he definitely has never been present. He is attached to the Miss Lori Fong, who he took her position, who he was a plant for. Now, let's talk about the fact that this very much so has to deal with the fact that you individuals have all played a role in going ahead and bringing harm to our children. We're past the part of needing a committee. We need to overthrow all of the individuals on this. We need to get you excluded from these talks because you do not know how, not a single one of you know how to keep our children protected. As a matter of fact, when we're talking about this committee being formed, we're past that when we've lost 2 children's lives in the last, I don't know, month and a half, 2 months, because of the incident that you allowed to happen because of your poor decision-making. We can continue to go about this and act like we can exclude ourselves from what we did to not prevent 2 children's lives forever being either gone or ruined based off of decisions that you have all made. You didn't have a chance to understand what happened at the board meeting in Livermore where they had this
Again, point
very
of
same
order,
discussion.
President Manieri,
And you
it's
can
not
ignore
relevant to the
the
committee.
fact that everything we have to
Mr.
say.
Pryor, if you would like to continue, please have your comment be relevant to the agenda item.
Oh, no,
at
no,
hand.
you don't see that it's relevant, but it is relevant. No one there in the committee that you want to form is able or capable to make a sound decision in the best interest of our children, including you who continues to listen to this nonsense when we're dealing with this. I do not. I will make you stay here till midnight every night for the rest of your life as you're on this board. And I promise you, I'll make sure I stay relevant.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deanna Olivares.
Hi, Superintendent Chanel on board. I think for transparency's sake, President Maneri, I think the the right thing to do would be to appoint Mr. Delatorre for one, Ms. McNally for two, because there's no past history of them being on the SRO committee. I believe it was Mr. Shetfield, Mrs. Dela Cruz, and Mrs. Fong. I know Mr. Medina was asked to recuse himself from the committee, the SRO committee last time. But I think definitely Mrs. McNally and Mr. Delatorre should be, and then maybe Mr. Medina and Mr. Flores. I think for transparency's sake, moving forward, would be the best bet. I generally don't agree with anybody. I think SROs should definitely come back, but I think for transparency's sake for the board, the best thing you could do is put people on that city with the city council that have not been on, that was not previously on that ad hoc committee. So, or maybe even yourself, since you weren't on that ad hoc committee, I don't believe. So I think for transparency's sake, for the families and the parents in the district, that would be your best bet. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rigel Bowen.
Hello. I just wanted to say that I'm glad that you guys are talking about forming a committee and taking this seriously, but I am concerned about inviting members of the Santa Rosa City Council who have already publicly stated their opinions on the preferred outcome during a budget hearing. It does not seem like the council members can participate in a good faith exploratory conversation and a variety of options and solutions without already formed decisions. Additionally, on the topic of school safety, this is a conversation that needs to be had in the public and transparently. And I would like to see that this committee be made open to public participation with the ability to view agendas, watch meetings, and make public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. President Manieri, there are no other hands. Oh, excuse me, there's one more. Our next speaker is Gerald. Gerald, would you please state your full name for the record?
Gerald Stahl. Just like to point out the last guy that talked is an Antifa member from Sebastopol, just so everybody knows.
President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. This brings us to the discussion part of this item. So Director Medina has recommended Director De La Cruz and Director Sheffield to be a part of this committee. I would like to hear from Director Sheffield and Director De La Cruz how you feel about that recommendation.
I will just say, Omar, I appreciate the recommendation, and I think I'd mentioned it when we brought this item up at our last meeting. I would definitely be open to hearing other perspectives. I did serve on the ad hoc. I did provide my perspective in that long, very, very long, very thorough process. And I like this proposal. I like having working with our city counterparts. But I am definitely open for other board members who might be interested in giving their perspective and expertise.
Thank you. Director De La Cruz.
Similarly, in full support of this conversation, I think I mentioned in our last meeting, we've never had this conversation institution to institution with electeds. And so I do appreciate that opportunity to have a policy level conversation with the folks whose responsibility it is to make policy. I would be interested in serving on this committee. And like Ed, also open to letting other folks step forward. But I'm a Santa Rosan, we all are, and these are, our compadres in this work, our counterparts, our compañeros. So I'm happy to continue to serve the public in this capacity.
Thank you, Director De La Cruz. Director De La Torre, I know you had expressed interest in the past. Is there anything you would like to say at this time about potentially serving on the subcommittee?
So I'm new to this board. The perspective I bring is a perspective that's unknown, and I have good and bad experience with law enforcement through my childhood, through interactions. And I think it's a perspective that should be part of the conversation at some point, whether it's a part of this conversation on the subcommittee to determine how things move forward and how that is involved to ensure safety throughout the community, or whether it is a discussion that is put into play later is fine by me. I just know that's a perspective that at this time is unknown, and it's a perspective that should be part of the conversation because there's a lot of factors that can really build a bridge to unite all the common interests that ultimately try and find safety and environments for our children to grow and thrive.
Thank you. Director Flores, I see that your hand is up.
Yeah, so democracy is messy. You know, having been born and raised in El Salvador, where democracy was not part of it in the mid 1980s, I think having a view that we don't know, right? I don't know where our new board member stands, right? I was not part of that vote, you know, in 2020, you know, so, and I think it's important for democracy to have divergent voices in the discussion, you know, so that way, you know, we know that, and I don't know if you're a divergent voice or not. I'm just assuming, but I don't know. So, but I think it's important to have that in the subcommittee, so that way we feel like we had a robust sort of conversation. So, you know, I would like to have, you know, Director De La Torre on that subcommittee.
Thank you. Any other thoughts from board members before we get to the final step of this conversation? Director Medina.
Yeah, I'll just add that I think part of the goal of this is to really, and part of the discussion is to really start building this relationship that hopefully will grow. One of the things we said is, why haven't we been doing this before? Why haven't we collectively been meeting? I think the last time I remember these two bodies meeting was maybe October of 2019. And hopefully this will be something that'll grow into something bigger, better, more beautiful in general. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. I also just want to add that, yes, law enforcement and school resource officers are a big conversation that need to be had, but the city, they are our partners, and there are a lot of conversations that I'm envisioning this subcommittee having outside of those topics, and so it behooves me to also have folks who are willing to have those conversations, and to think of creative ways that the city, you know, maybe looks at their budget and how they support our school district. And I know that they are on their own timeline, and they will be making budget financial decisions very soon. And so I think there are a lot of conversations that need to be had. And so I would like to see a subcommittee that can hold those diverse conversations. And to that, and I'm thinking I would like to appoint Director Medina, Director De La Cruz, and Director De La Torre to this subcommittee. I'm just kind of looking for nods of approval, if that is okay with the three of you. Okay. So at this time, then we do need a motion to approve this appointment of Director Medina, Director De La Cruz, and Director De La Torre to this subcommittee to build relationship with the city of Santa Rosa.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. And one last question before we move on. Director Medina, do you envision there being report outs, or how will work or conversations being done at the subcommittee be shared with the public and the rest of the board?
I imagine we'll discuss that there collectively, but I hope so. I think we should. So we'll probably work that out. We should report back out. I think in the future, maybe we'll have a report item, maybe subcommittee report out, follow up.
Will, I just have, will it be, the meetings, will they be a publicly held meeting?
I think because there's the point of only having 3 people is that it's not necessarily required to be publicly open meetings. I think that was the understanding that I had from Mayor Rogers.
Okay.
And just to clarify that, it doesn't mean that there's any prohibition in having publicly, like, open meetings and to choosing when that happens. I just really want to uplift, right? This is not us on our own.
Right.
We're going to be negotiating kind of the bounds and the scope of this committee with the city. And so, you know, I do think that it will be my commitment to this board and to the public to make sure that I'm sharing out reports about what happens in that. So just, that's my commitment, and that will be the commitment that I make in the committee as well. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
So as a subcommittee, it should just be viewed as similar to Superintendent Trudell's SARC committee reports, where if this subcommittee is meeting with city council members for the betterment of our school district, then that could be one of the subcommittee's responsibilities, either during their board member report outs or have that report put on an agenda when it happens, to at least report to what's happening, so that the rest of the board is aware.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to item E4. This is an action item, approval of first read and potential waive of second read for CSBA updated policy 6146.1, high school graduation requirements, ethnic studies. So I will hand this over to Dr. Castro, Tim Zalunardo, and Heather Garcia Rossi.
Good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Trudell, members of the board, and the student, staff, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. A few weeks ago, the Educational Services Division presented information on the growth and expansion of the Ethnic Studies program and how Santa Rosa City Schools could best maintain the integrity of the program while at the same time honoring the expectations of the board policy. Tonight, we circle back to that conversation for discussion and possible action. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Executive Director Tim Zalunardo at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Good evening, Superintendent Trudell, President Manieri, members of the board. Thank you for your public service. Tonight, we are here to bring back to you for action a revision to the 6146.1 graduation requirements in the Santa Rosa City Schools, especially in regards to ethnic studies. This is primarily similar to last time, and so this is going to be kept very short. We did include our mission, as we always do. We know it's included for the board and the public. The recommendations are as listed, with reflection and feedback about the consideration of a waiver and keeping the language the same. And then there's, once again, kind of comparing our current language to what we suggest would be valuable language moving forward. And with that, I would like to turn it back to the board.
Thank you for that brief presentation. Do we have any board member questions at this time? Okay, we will move on to public comment. We will, I don't see any blue cards, so we will move on to our remote attendees.
There are members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom. We'd like to make a comment on E4 only. Please raise your hand at this time. And our first speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Good evening, board. So, ethnic studies as a requirement to graduate, what will this entail? What kind of history will you be neglecting to discuss? And what facts will you be sharing that are relevant or irrelevant to the area in which you're speaking? I think it's interesting that we're talking about ethnic studies while you uplift your own ethnicities in your community and leave other ethnicities out and behind. I think it's interesting, as a Black American, you want to talk about ethnic studies and individuals and their ethnicity, but fail to realize that you're claiming some dirt on the ground. I think it's interesting that as a human race, we have to have ethnic studies because borders and areas of the world are what we're holding on to. I'm from the United States of America. I defended this country, and I continue to defend this country from individuals who are incapable of doing so. You individuals want to put hardships on our children with ethnic studies, claiming that it's something that holds us back. There's no equality in this. I want to see ethnic studies that actually relate to the individuals who are learning about them and find their interest. How many Black presidents have we had, Ms. De La Cruz? Don't worry, I know you don't know. How many other individuals that you determine are Black or not Black based off of how they face? You have a far, far, far journey to understand ethnic studies, being that none of you care to bring up those tough conversations. Don't make it a requirement, make it an understanding.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adina Flores.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I would like to give kudos to Mr. Zalinardo. I think he does an amazing job for the district and he's always very professional, well-researched, and I appreciate all that he does. When we're talking about this curriculum with ethnic studies, I just question because I scrutinize every single contract that goes to the board for approval. And what I'd like to understand is who is financially investing in the development of this curriculum when we trace those origins? Because ironically enough, as I've mentioned before, my mother was the finance director of Roanoke Park for over 20 years. So I have a background in forensics, and it seems to always lead to the same individuals who have a monopoly on our entire government. And therefore that concerns me because this is what is essentially developing the minds of our youth. And as Mr. Pryor stated, there's so much of our history that is omitted from curriculum. I had no idea. I thought I was just living in a very racist time within this county. But as I began to research my immediate area, I learned that the Press Democrat really held a deep-seated hatred for the Black people of this community. They made a public statement that we know never exceed 3% of Black people within the county, and we are currently at 2.1. That hasn't changed. And there was actually an article, I believe Mr. Flores was quoted, about the racism within the city of Healdsburg, that nobody wants to raise their kids there as minorities. And I had the mayor of Healdsburg, Miss Ariel Kelly, attack me on my personal Facebook page. I'm East Indian. She doesn't understand biracial individuals. She said I'm a white woman pretending to be Latina. And you all ignored this and continue to just keep your heads in the sand. I hope we can actually publish the truth within our ethnic studies curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ashley Bell.
Hi, board. I just wanted to encourage you to allow the extension to happen. I know that the intent of the board is to make sure every student is taking this, and I don't think we've had enough time to properly prepare enough pathways for all of our students. And right now, there are too many gaps in the system, and it doesn't seem fair that students would be stopped from graduating just because we haven't had time to prepare enough. So I know that it's not what you necessarily want to do, but I think it's necessary to protect our kids and make sure that they're on track to graduate, and that we just have a little bit more time to keep implementing these classes and creating new classes. So please consider the extension. Thank you.
Thank you, President Menier. There are no other hands raised.
Thank you. This is an action item. This comes back to the board for any questions, further discussion, or a motion. Director Medina.
I'll move to approve the changes to board policy 6146.1 as presented today.
And I second with a lot of gratitude for the quick and creative work that allows for the spirit of the policy to move forward, recognizing our logistic and human limitations. So just lots of gratitude. Second.
Ditto. That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director McNally. Oh, excuse me. Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President, Director McNally,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. Now we are on item E5. This is a discussion item. Is that correct? It is a discussion item. First reading of updated board policy 6146.1, high school graduation requirements, special education. This aligns with board policy 6146.1 to allow a state minimum 130 credit graduation pathway to align with education code 51225.3 amended by Assembly Bill 181. I will hand it over to Director Steve Mazzara.
Thank you, President Manieri, board members, and Superintendent Trunell. Thank you very much for allowing me to bring forward to you CSBA updates that are based on legislation passed last summer, AB 181, which impacts the change in graduation requirements for students that are eligible for an alternative assessment for the CASP. That is called the CA. And this policy allows a small group of students who are eligible to allow themselves to maintain or achieve a diploma track that has normally been not allowable for them. So I'd like to share my screen for a moment and review the policy. What the policy indicates is that students that are eligible for what is called the CA, CA is an alternative exam for the CASP, are eligible to take the test in their junior year. And if so, they may be eligible through the IEP process to use the minimum state requirements of a 130 California requirement in lieu of the board policy of our current 220. We already have that indicated in our board policy. 6146.4 already allows students with disabilities to be eligible for an alternative pathway. This law just kind of codifies it, and then CSP is obviously suggesting school boards adopt this. So it is very clear that those students are eligible for a minimum state diploma. This affects about 101 students that are currently in our system right now. So it is a very small amount. So this update is pretty straightforward in and of itself. The implementation of it is something that CDE is still not really defined for us. And just to let you know, board, one of the bigger struggles with this legislation will be to somehow accommodate the algebra requirement in state 130 graduation for students that are subject to this. And these are students primarily who might have cognitive delays that are kind of our lower functioning students. And so it's not clear throughout the state how we're going to meet that challenge. We are beginning to do it in our own local SELPA and have the conversations, but it is certainly a statewide issue. Further, I just want to make the board aware that we're also clarifying how this gets done in what's called, of course, administrative regulation. So I noticed the board administrative regulations don't need action, but we just put it in this item so we're well aware of how we go about that. Meaning, we articulated in the administrative regulation that during a 9th grade year, 10th grade year, 11th grade year, when there are annual IEPs, that the IEP teams must consider these examples. There's a series of questions that we want to make sure that the parents are being fully informed of their rights for a diploma. And so we put that into the AR to make sure that kind of coincides with this. And so with that, board, I'll take if there's any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Mazzara? Director Flores.
Uh, So one of the issues that I've seen before is that you're right. The algebra has been an impediment, for certain students with IEPs to get the high school diploma. I was just doing a search because I wanted to find the ed code on this. There is ed code that says that students that qualify for special needs may request a waiver of sorts for algebra. And I was trying to look at the ed code for you before, President Manier called on me, but I didn't see any of that in here, but I like that to be, to also be addressed, as a way for students to receive that, their high school diploma.
We'll look into that. It hasn't come up in our conversations in the SELPA.
It's really rare.
Yeah.
It's really rare. I mean, but I found it.
And likely would be kind of a board waiver that have to come before the board, those kind of.
No, it goes to the county board and then the State Board of Education approves it.
Thank you. We'll look into it and pursue it in our SELPA.
Great, thank you.
You, any other questions? Okay, at this time, we will move on to public comment. I have no blue cards, so we will move on to our remote attendees.
If there are any members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E5 only, please raise your hand at this time. And our first speaker is Adina Flores.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I'd like to take a minute to thank Mr. Mazzara for all of the work he does for the district. For some time, he did his full-time position, which is far more than the standard 40 hours a week. In addition to being in charge of facilitating and drafting the entire COVID-19 handbook. As I know, because I followed every single policy and law daily, that handbook changed every single day. Mr. Mazzara is extremely detail oriented and a pleasure to communicate with anytime somebody has a question within the district. So I just wanted to give my kudos to him and I appreciate everything he does.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Bunn.
It's a very interesting idea about our ESN kids being able to get a diploma. Looking at the classes that it looked like they would take, there was science, history, and then like you were saying, the algebra element. I wondered if there would ever be a possibility of them getting a CTE-based diploma where they can still continue to focus on those vocational skills that are so important for them to have as they go forward in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ashley Bell.
Hi, so I was just looking at the agenda information, and in the pre-write information, it talks about this being specifically for ESN students, but in the red updated information, it just says IEP generally. And so I just might be out of the loop, but is this specifically for ESN students or is this for all students with an IEP? I'm confused by that, and I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Good evening, board. I find it very interesting. You guys want to help students who are incapable of doing basic algebra to be able to achieve a diploma. I understand that certain people have learning disabilities and individuals have things that might slow or delay their ability to produce the amount of work that algebra would respectfully take in order to accomplish that goal. But I will say this, the lady who just spoke before this, if children with IEPs are being shortcutted and put into our communities with no lack of words, basically a supplemental education just so that they can get a piece of paper and get a job where it's going to be dead end. I don't understand that logic. Floyd Mayweather was quoted saying, "I may not be able to read, but I sure know how to do math." Guess what? No businessman on the face of the earth cares about anything other than facts and figures, how you can increase their monetary wealth. That requires your understanding of numbers. So taking our brown and black children who may need a little bit more attention and better teaching, this is not helping them. This is hindering them and basically cutting them off at the legs so they can never run and flourish and be who they need to be. I think that maybe we get comprehensive teachers in teaching these students so that they can pass these tasks and not just be shortcutted because we don't want to do the work. I think it's great that you individuals keep going ahead and pushing this weak narrative.
Thank you, President Manieri. There are no other hands raised. Thank you. This is a discussion item, so this comes back to the board for further discussion. I see Director Flores' hand.
Could you explain what significant cognitive disabilities is so people at home are not confused as to what we're doing here? Thank you.
There's two things to clarify that, Director Flores, and thank you for the question. Students with significant cognitive could be somebody with a more severe form of autism. They have great delays in their ability to perform and function, and they're generally what's on a functional kind of curriculum. So remember that this specific language is tuned to only, again, a small amount of students, about 101 currently in our system. But also just to clarify, this is simply to provide families in the IEP an option. This does not say that every student, that we currently have in our system identified are going to be on a diploma track. The part of this legislation came out of a Supreme Court case where it was unclear whether or not the families really knew this child was not on a diploma track. So that's why the legislation you see before me in your updates talks about before the 10th grade year, during the annual IEP during a 9th grader, they will have this discussion and they will decide and determine whether or not they want their child on a diploma track or certificate of completion track, as which they currently are. So this is really just around giving families that option and the knowledge. Also to address that, Director Flores, is we already have existing policy for students that aren't in this bubble, maybe more of the mild to moderate students, that they too can have an alternative diploma track. And so we put that into the regulation. The IEP team at every year will consider that. And that's based around that students with disabilities are one of those lowest categories of students that are graduating from our high schools. And so the board has already given flexibility for IEP teams to have an alternative pathway. And the AR that's attached just clarifies that. And yes, thank you. We'll bring this back, of course. And just as a quick note, we'll bring it back with a modification next time you see it of the item you just approved before that. So it'll now have your new ethnic studies, and we'll add on to that in June 14th.
Thank you. Any other further discussion from the board or questions? Thank you, Mr. Mazzara, for your time. We look forward to seeing this item again. This brings us to item E6. This is a discussion item, Governor's May revision update to the proposed 2023-24 state budget. And I will hand this over to Associate Superintendent Lisa Cabot and Executive Director Joel Dantos.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, Superintendent Tranel, and members of our community. I'm going to share screen here, and I will do a better job this time, because I actually have the presentation. And okay, we're going to move through this a little quickly this evening. We're going to hit some high points for you, and we'll obviously share some answers for any questions at the end. Just a quick review of what our budget cycle is. We are right now at the May revise, which is where there's an update to what the governor proposed in January for next year's budget for 23-24. Next month, you'll actually have the budget come to you along with the LCAP. The big things to take note of is that does project fully funding the statutory cost of living, which was increased from 8.13 to 8.22. So those are ongoing funds. Something to be cognizant of is that he is doing that by taking away one-time funds. And so they're doing what they instruct us not to do, which is one-time funds for ongoing costs. That's kind of where we are right now as well. Some high points, though, is that we are continuing to receive funding for universal free meals. So that plays into what earlier Director Burke's presentation related to Fund 13 and the cafeteria and how that is actually self-sustaining now. We also have Universal Transitional Kindergarten and Expanded Learning Opportunities Program that continues. The revocation of the authorized one-time funds, we'll get to that dollar amount shortly. There's also a reduction to the Prop 28 funds, which those were the arts and music funds that were passed by voters. And that is reduced because the overall spending in Prop 98 has been reduced, and it's based off of a percentage of that. Something that we haven't talked about yet or that could still happen are deferrals, a deficit to the COLA, or withdrawal from state reserves, depending on what actually happens through budget negotiations. Some different things with special education. They are projecting to fully fund the COLA on special education as well, which is good news. The legislature has some different priorities, and so theirs is to fully fund the COLA, which is great. They also have a teacher residency program that they want to promote, and they would reject the proposed cuts and delays as far as the one-time funding. They would do that by suspending a tax credit and increasing corporate taxes. So the impacts for Santa Rosa City Schools specifically, the ongoing increase, as you can see, is not a huge difference between the projected at January and the projected now, so about $130,000 ongoing versus the reductions. Well, okay, there's the charter schools there, and those are total, smaller amounts because we're looking at smaller budgets. Theirs are separate from the general fund account. Here's where it hits us, and that is that the Arts, Music, and Instructionals Block Grant, that was originally proposed to be reduced at 34% in the January budget, and now the proposal is to reduce by 51%, which is a hit of about $4 million for the elementary and high school districts. And then you can see the impact to the charter schools as well. It's a large reduction in our one-time funds, which would require that we spend down other funds more quickly. We then have a $4.5 million reduction in the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, about 32%. So it was a smaller grant in the first place. The larger grant in the first place. So as we look at that, we're looking at a combined negative of about $8.5 million. So compared to the $130,000 increase. So that is something that we definitely need to be aware of as we're moving into the budget cycle. So we're going to skip over categoricals. We will be providing multi-year projections when we bring the budget to you next month. That will have estimated actuals as to where we expect to finish this year, our projected budget for next year, and then 2 years after that as well. So this will be the one time that you actually get like a 4-year look. So things, again, that we need to be very cognizant of what actually happens in June. So over the next month, the governor and the legislature will negotiate to come up with an actual budget that won't be adopted likely until after we adopt our budget, or at least until we have our budget hearing. You'll have back to you in August a 45-day update on what the settled budget did in the state to our actual revenues here. Again, all of those items that could happen as far as how they make it work. Next steps, already talked about the budgets coming to you with the LCAP next month, and then we will be starting up our Budget Advisory Committee meeting again in August. We've been having some very great meetings setting groundwork for next year. We have a lot of tough work ahead of us. As I say, we can do a lot of things, but we can't do everything, and we will have to prioritize where those dollars are going to have the largest impact. So lots of good discussions coming forward in the future. And I'll hand it back over. Are there any questions?
Thank you. I see a couple of hands raised. We'll start with Director Flores.
Thank you. That was very brief. The arts music grant, is there any discussion that we can use Prop 28 for that?
We're still waiting for the actual parameters on that. There's some back and forth about the not supplanting rule. So we don't have the guidance on that. We do expect that we will have that in time for fall. So there are plans and things that will have to be developed after we know the answer to that.
Just because I heard some rumors, okay. And then two, and I already email our superintendent. I think I texted you about this regarding the teacher residency program. I've overheard the application. I think it's important that we apply for this. It will give us the opportunity to offer interns, school council interns and teachers, right? A paid stipend. I mean, this is something that President Howell has been asking for a very long time. And here we have Governor Newsom saying that we should apply for this. So this will give us up to $250,000 as an LEA, I believe, to do that. So I would like us to pursue that route, if possible. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Director Medina.
Thank you. I did see in the legislative analyst's office response to the governor that they recommend the one-time spending be reduced an additional $7 billion. Any idea how that might impact us?
The legislative analyst's office, has said that there's about a 2/3 chance that the state budget will actually be worse than what the governor's projecting as far as revenues. We have yet to see what that would mean. That would be through negotiations as far as whether they reduce further one-time funds or if they use a combination of deferrals or they deficit the COLA. There are a lot of options that they have for that, but none of them are great for us. And depending on what that actually looks like, we would bring that update to you in August.
And I saw something about, I think it was like 7 million in one-time Prop 98 general fund to support restorative justice best practices. Is that something that might help us at all?
Potentially, yes. So it's not all bad. There are some bright spots. It's difficult when we see the large decline in there. But yes, there are some great things that could benefit us, such as money that they want to put towards community schools, towards restoratives. There are a lot of initiatives that we have in place that could potentially be expanded or supported.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time, we will take public comment. I have no blue cards, so we will move on to our remote attendees.
If there are any members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E6 only, please raise your hand at this time. And our first speaker is Adina Flores.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. My key takeaway from this presentation was that there will be reductions which are necessary within the budget, and that affects the overall impact on our students and our faculty and the community at large. My concern is that for pretty much every day for the past 2 years, I've presented questionable findings, financial findings to every sector of government, including this district, for monies possibly being misappropriated. And I now have attorneys and reputable individuals within the community requesting my guidance on these matters. And so being that we're in this financial deficit, why do we refuse to investigate any of the avenues I've brought forward as a protected whistleblower? For example, Mr. Medina is currently under investigation with the Fair Political Practices Commission, as is former board president Jenny Close. And these investigations have been ongoing for some time. So how can I put my full faith in the decisions being made at the board level when these individuals are being non-transparent with the general public? If we are acting with malfeasance, for example, operating nonprofits which are not legally registered with the state, nor the IRS, nor the Attorney General's office, that raises my skepticism. So I'd ask, could we please look into my inquiries, which I've presented for the past 2 years, and I have hundreds which were posted to Mr. Sheffield's Facebook page, because these represent the entire community. The parents are reflecting my concerns. And I lost my job to represent the parents. So why do you refuse to speak to these financial inquiries? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Good evening, board. It's also come to my attention while listening to this, I wasn't going to comment, but then I heard Mr. Medina make the comment, how is this going to affect us? Well, Mr. Medina, it means you can't travel the world anymore because they reduced the amount of money you can steal from the general public. That's what it means. It also means that Ms. Dela Cruz's husband isn't going to be painting as many murals all over the place and stealing
I'm
money.
going to
Point of
interrupt you,
order.
Mr. Pryor. The agenda item is the May revision update to the proposed 2023-24 state budget. If you'd like to continue, please continue with your relevant comment.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manieri, for continually interrupting me because you can't follow along. Let's go ahead and go back to where I was. So this is relevant because the reduction in these rates were due to policies that you guys implemented, and parents went ahead and pulled their children out because they don't respect or trust your ability to go ahead and deal with them. Let's talk about the fact that you lost more funding because children ended up pulling out, moving out of state, or doing certain things because of the fact of your terrible guidance and your ability to do what you're doing. This money could have been saved and could have been put in a better position for individuals, for their children, and for these programs. Hurting the music program really hurts the Black community because it's the way that we communicate with one another through our music and our ideologies. It's made whole movements out of this whole process, whole revolutionary movements. And you want to defund those movements and take away from these programs because it will cause our people and our youth to stand up against you in a way you can't go ahead and combat them. This is something that will greatly affect our brown and Black communities. So guess what? No more stealing money, none of you.
Our next speaker is Ashley Bell.
Ashley Bell, Santa Rosa High School. I've never seen a budget presented that wasn't depressing. In my years here at Santa Rosa High School, I've been here 7 years. It's always bad news. It's always raining when they present the budget. And yet somehow, even 7 years in, we've always made it. So I just want to add, right, that maybe it's not exactly what we want. Maybe it's not raining dollar bills, but there is always room in our budget to prioritize things that are important to us. And what we're hearing over and over again from teachers like myself and our students in our community is that we have to prioritize people. So I hope that even with this information, perhaps being bad news from some perspective, we keep in mind that our CSCA members are really not paid as much as they should be, and they need higher wages, as do our teachers. And I hope we can prioritize that moving forward, regardless of how the budget looks. Thank you.
Thank you, President Manieri. There are no other hands raised. Thank you. This is a discussion item. This comes back to the board for any further questions or discussion. Okay. Well, thank you, Lisa and Joel, for another update. We will see you again in June. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
This brings us to item E7. This is an action item, approval of proposed revisions to the certificated guest teacher and classified substitute salary schedule rates. And I will hand this over to Assistant Superintendent Mike Shepard.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, Superintendent Turnell, and members of the Santa Rosa City Schools community. we are bringing forward continuance of our substitute rates. That we're not recommending any changes for next year. In collaborating with our partner districts around the area, we're all keeping our rates about the same. So with that, I would ask that you entertain this idea, and I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any board member questions at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to public comment. I have no blue cards, so we will move on to our remote attendees.
If there are any members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E7 only, please raise your hand at this time. And our first speaker is Ashley Bell.
Ashley Bell, Santa Rosa High School. I swear this is my last comment. I promise. I've been waiting for this moment. The reason I bring this up is because there's a line that's been stricken, right, about the differential pay. I was actually a person who was just on leave this year. My daughter was born in December. And when I was out, I paid $180 a day out of my salary to cover the cost of my sub, right? He was paid $300 a day. I paid $180 of it. Based on this, it looks like we're going to be raising that cost for teachers, an additional $20, paying like $200 a day for our sub. I know that $20 maybe doesn't seem like a lot, but for our younger teachers who are only making $300 a day, that $20 really could add up. And so I'm worried that unintentionally, this policy change could harm younger teachers, especially ones that are childbearing, who are going to be out with those, with their babies those first few weeks, and other members who are out on leave. So I just sort of hesitate with this. And I want to ensure that we are making sure that we're protecting our young teachers, that they are staying in our district and are able to grow their families and be a part of the Santa Rosa City Schools family for as long as possible. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adina Flores.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I have one single concern for this item, as I hadn't had the opportunity to fully vet this. My concern is that it is being presented by Assistant Superintendent of HR, Mike Shepard, and his inability to understand laws and policies of the board. My personal medical information was previously shared with the staff, and Mr. Shepard's well aware of this, yet.
Excuse me,
he
Ms.
refuses
Flores,
to do anything
please
about
continue.
this.
If you'd like to continue with your comment, we are on approval of proposed revisions to the certificated guest teacher and classified substitute salary schedule rates. So if you'd like to continue, please continue with your relevant comment.
Yes, this was relevant regarding the ineptitude of understanding laws, which I think is essential as an appointed or elected officer. You required me to do so. You sent me 600 pages worth of violations. So I would expect for every employee and the board to adhere to these policies. As a minority woman, why is this different for me for refusing to push Caucasian agendas? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shelby Pryor.
Good evening, board. I don't have nothing to say about that, man, but I do have a lot to say about your teachers. Being that your teachers are now being the first line of defense with the children, and they're having to step in and play the role of RSOs, I think they most absolutely deserve more money for the BS that they're having to put up with. You guys don't want to pay them, but you definitely want them to come in and teach. I think it's outrageous that our teachers don't make as much as our athletes and our entertainment. These are the people that end up shaping the lives of our children and potentially could change their outcomes. But instead of going ahead and rewarding the fact that they are servants of our community who want to see the betterment of our future, you continue to cut this budget and you continue to cut their pay, or you put them in positions where financially they can't continue to do what they love. It's interesting to me that we have all these things going on and all these teachers are begging and pleading to keep up with their ability to go ahead and teach these students, but you have an inability to compensate them for the work that they rigorously keep dealing with. You just had a principal and other individuals get attacked during a riot while you individuals aren't paying them to do security service. If they're going to be wearing multiple hats and have to continue to do multiple jobs, like provide their own materials with their own hard-earned money. And there are teachers there who are doing that in your community. I know, I've met them. It's a shame that they have to pull out of their pockets to go ahead and fund things they want for these kids to be able to have access to. You should, every one of you, specifically Mr. Medina, should be ashamed of the fact that the money is being diverted from the people who do the work. Why don't you try doing something for your life and actually get a job?
President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. I would like to ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Shepherd, I keep forgetting you're online. I would like to ask Mr. Shepherd, how does this impact teachers?
So, yeah, thank you. We did strike during the pandemic when we raised the guest teacher rates. We had an agreement with SRTA to stick to the pre-pandemic level rates because the contract says that we will charge teachers the lowest cost of a substitute. So we're actually out of compliance by having that rate that we put in there. We're actually out of compliance. So in order to be in compliance, especially with our auditors, we have to be in line with our contract. So by striking that red line out, yes, we are aware that it could affect teachers on the lower end, and we understand that, and that's why we had that discussion with SRTA, and we do understand that that is an unfortunate reality, but we're forced to be in line with our contract.
So this could potentially lead to an increase of teachers, what they pay for a substitute, correct?
Potentially, yes. If a teacher is in difference pay, they would be, instead of paying the $180, they would be charged the $200. So that is correct. There could potentially be a $20 difference. And members also have the ability to sign up through CTA for income protection for a nominal fee, but that would be members' choice. And I know that that's something that many members choose to do.
Thank you. I see Director Flores' hand up.
Yeah, so that was my question, actually, President Manieri, because we talked about differential pay here before during the pandemic, right? So I didn't know that this discussion happened with SRTA. So does that mean we were out of compliance in the pandemic?
Yes, essentially we were out of compliance.
So, Mike, if you can please describe though, why we even had that concession for the pandemic rate.
Yeah, we did have that. Well, that predated me, but we continued it. My understanding was to minimize the impact to teachers at that time. And, since then our raises have increased. So I believe it's a little bit less of an impact to teachers, but there is the potential for some of our lower paid teachers who are in difference pay that may be affected slightly by this increase of $20.
So is there anything we can do? Because I forgot her name, the person who, Ashley. She's absolutely right. This impacts younger folks, and especially women who have kids, right? Younger families. And the disproportionality in terms of, how it affects those folks, it's something that we need to address. It's something that we need to look at. I mean, I'm not asking for answers right now, but it's something that I think it's important for us to make sure that we at least discuss it with our union leaders here. And two, I'm gonna do a plug here for insurance, income protection. I mean, I have that, and it has helped so many folks who had long-term injuries before. So that's, a suggestion that I would do for folks to do that. But I know it costs money. And then the third thing I want to ask, we talk about being competitive, countywide. It would be nice to have a little comparison chart with the rest of the districts in Sonoma County to see how competitive we are. Thank you.
We can provide that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, and this is an action item, so we also need a motion.
I guess I just have another clarifying question. Is there anything that allows us to make the fix that Ashley is referring to?
So technically speaking, we would need to check with our auditors because it would not be in alignment with the law. If we were to go back to having a reduced concession, the district would, I believe, pick up the cost of that. And the auditors would pick up on that because it wouldn't be in alignment with the law.
With the COVID emergency law, essentially the COVID emergency being done,
Correct.
right? And not allowing us to make those concessions anymore. This is still an emergency.
Our county also lifted that emergency order, correct? They did. Okay, I concur with Director Flores. It's an important point that I think we need to continue exploring and discussing. Thank you for bringing that up to our attention. Again, this is an action item, so we do need a motion.
I guess I will make the motion. Yeah. Hoping we can bring this back with some more information on what, if anything, we can do. I'll make the motion.
I'll second with a yay longevity bonus. Okay,
Thank you.
sunny side.
I agree. That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
I can't in good conscience vote for this without a caveat dealing with the differential pay. So I vote no.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Just because I can, this is a vote of solidarity. No. Oh, I'm sorry. That vote passes. Thank you. Okay. That brings us to item E8, action item approval of provisional internship permit application, also known as a PAP for Taylor Barstow. I will hand this over to Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you. We have several PIPs tonight. These allow us to fully qualify someone while they're in the process of working on their credential. And as we are seeing more of these as we are having staffing difficulties, but this is a provision available to us to help bridge our gap. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you. Any questions at this time? Okay, we will move on to public comment. I have no blue cards, so we will move on to any remote attendees.
If there are any members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E8, please raise your hand. President Manier, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. This is an action item. This comes back to the board for any further questions, discussion, or a motion.
I'd like to move to approve the provisional internship permit application for Taylor Barstow.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Item E9, another PIP approval of provisional internship permit application for Selena Luna. And I'll hand it over to Assistant Superintendent Shepherd.
Thank you, President Manieri. This is a similar request as in the last item, and I will entertain any questions that you have.
I'd like to move to approve the provisional internship permit application for Selena Lua.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please. Oh, I'm sorry. At this time, we will take public comment. I have no blue cards. We will move to our remote attendees.
President Manieri, there are no, oh, excuse me.
I have a
If
comment.
there are any members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E9, please raise your hand at this time. President Manieri, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I skipped over a few steps there. Board members, do we have any discussion or questions for this item?
I have a comment. I think it's my browser, but I have the wrong,
Me too.
Me too.
oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, and I tried to refresh a couple of times. That's not working either.
okay.
okay. Maybe we need to log out and come back in.
Now Item's getting the 404 error.
So it looks like our assembly is, our board management system is not working at the moment.
Yeah.
And just so you know, I had the wrong person and that it wasn't Selena Luna. That wasn't there in the system. Okay.
It was Taylor Barstow, then Selena.
We do have to continue.
Yes. I have, my assembly seems to be working, maybe because I haven't refreshed my page.
Don't do it.
So is it okay if we move on at this time?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table for item E9, approval of provisional internship permit application for Selena Luna. That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. This brings us to item E10, action item approval of provisional internship permit application for Dylan Santiago. Handing it over to Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you. This is number 3 of our PIPs tonight, so I'll take any questions that you have.
Any questions at this time?
I'd like to move to approve the provisional internship application for Dylan Santiago.
I'll second.
Thank you. Before we move to a roll call vote, we'll take public comment.
If there are any members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E10, please raise your hand at this time. President Manieri, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. This item was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Item E11 is an action item, approval of short-term staff permit, also known as an STSP for Kurt Chapman. I will hand it over to Mr. Shepherd.
This item is similar to the PIP, but in that this allows someone to enroll in a intern program and teach with us while they're interning. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, we will take public comment at this time.
If there are any members of the public joining us virtually via Zoom who would like to make a comment on E11, please raise your hand at this time. President Manieri, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. Director Flores has a question.
I don't remember the answer to this, but so if they're hired, does that mean they start accruing years of service?
So they're actually a probe 0. And if we
Oh.
employ, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, and if we employ them following their internship, then we would do what's called a tack back and they would be a probe 2.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, this is an action item. We need a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director McNally. President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. This brings us to our consent items for the evening. We did have one public comment on F11, but I'd like to know if this person is still going to give public comment. We have Jason Andrews. Is Jason Andrews here in person or online? Jason, if you are online, can you raise your hand? Okay, given that we do not have a public comment on our F items this evening, we are looking for a motion on consent items F1 through 15.
Move to approve items F2 through
I'm
17.
sorry, F2 through 15,
15? Oh, yeah.
right? Oh, sorry, 17, yes.
Yeah, F2 through 17.
I'll second.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. This brings us to G1, approval of regular board meeting held on May 10th, 2023, seeking a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Our H item, board member requests for information. Do we have any board member requests this evening? Okay, seeing none are information items. I will just direct everyone's attention to the 3 information items listed in our agenda packet. And before we adjourn, Superintendent Trinnell, any last announcements?
Good night.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.